Good to see you as always. So, there's an issue that I had last time I streamed with the USB port with my controller. I've remedied that now. I realized that I have more USB slots on my computer than I actually thought I did, so I shouldn't have that disconnection issue, and if I do, then there's something else going on. But last time I played Skies of Arcadia, we had just crash-landed on this island because Drachma was chasing Rachnum, shot the harpoon cannon at him, and then Ramirez took down our ship. So Vice wakes up, we're on a deserted island with the remains of our lifeboat. And now we just kind of are looking around seeing what this island's all about. I kind of want to get a good vantage point. Or, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. Alright, Sarah, I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to what you cook up with that. A storm is coming in? Sky started my love of airships. Yeah, like, Skies of Arcadia was the first JRPG that I ever really played, because technically Pokemon Red, but this was the first, like, proper one that I played. And this is technically the very first time that I've played this game by myself, because back when I played it, I mooched off of my brother's save files, so I just did a lot of the main events in the game through his progress. So this is all me. So I'm experiencing it for the first time as an adult, where I can actually properly understand what's going on. And not only that, I've got this HD texture pack, which makes even the smallest of textures just pop out that much more. So it just looks so much better. So I'm gonna kind of investigate these trees here, because there might be like an item, or who knows, maybe even a treasure chest. Oh, hey, look. We weren't the first ones here. Dang, even that skeleton looks nice. Like, the guy who created the texture pack really went all out. A body and a cave. Well, I guess I'm not the first guy to get shipwrecked on this island. From the look of his clothes, he was probably a sailor, too. Looks like he's been dead for a long time. Gonzalez. Also, thanks everybody for coming to the stream today. Pirate Fox, Cranberry, Sarah, and just everyone else who's tuned in today. I mean, wasn't that area we were just at the high ground? But, okay, Vice. Yeah, it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. So... Oh, thank you for the follow! Plus, it's also nice to see other Skies of Arcadia fans, because, sadly, there's not too many that remember this game nowadays. Just need to see... Because this is something that I was thinking about today, is that I'm going to put all of my moonberries into Vice, because my brother actually made a really good point, because I put most of my stuff into Drachma last time to get Hand of Fate, And since Drachma is no longer part of the party, I don't have my tank move anymore. So, I'm probably gonna invest all of my moonberries from now on into Vice to get Pirate's Wrath, because that move is devastating. But I think I need 4. And then I don't know if I have to be a certain level or not. I mean, it's been so long, and again, this is technically my first adult playthrough of this game, so it's really new. Yeah, it is a shame that we never got a game in the series, or just a proper remaster or re-release. Lurking. Because this game was never ported to a modern system, well, the last time it was ported to anything was the Nintendo GameCube. Never been put on any online store. This is the closest that I've ever gotten to a proper remaster, somebody doing it all from hand. Since he was living here for quite a while. How's everything been for you, Eno? Work going okay? It's been going all right. I've kind of just been trying to fly under the radar with my morning job. I won't, like, unless it's specified there was something that happened this morning that, like, was just really dumb on my anchor's part. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to say it. So, there's, like, this coffee shop that they were doing an interview at, and in some of their footage, they took an inert AT-4, which is a recoilless rocket launcher, and in some of the footage, they aimed it at the road. So that's probably going to get them into some huge hot water, if the right people see it. But they also drank alcohol on the show, so for those who aren't aware, I work on a lifestyle, a morning show, so. Yeah, but they don't really always play by the rules. Oh, I remember this now. I'm not going to say the character, but I just remember, because at first I looked at the photo and I was like, oh, who's that? I know who it is now. All things considered, that bed looks really comfortable. Like, it doesn't matter if it's, like, full of hearts and polka dots and stuff. Like, if it's comfortable, I will gladly, like, take a nap on it. Oh, thank you for the notification, Sarah. Because she's an air pirate, too. That's exactly what she's gonna say, watch. See? Ooh. See, it's funny because that other game that I mentioned earlier that I've been trying to get to work on my computer also deals with air pirates, ironically enough. The game is called Crimson Skies. Instead of air pirates, they're sky pirates. Because back when Microsoft, in the early 2000s, they kind of like took their flight simulator type games and they tried to make like not really a franchise, but they took like the concept of it and made like a flight sim shooter adventure out of it. And I've been trying to get that to work because I played that a lot when I was younger, but it works. It's just that Streamlabs does not detect it, so I have to get an external software to actually get the game to run in borderless window. Skylanders. The scene... Oh gosh, Sarah. So is it going to have me play as Ica, or am I going to go back to Vice? Okay, looks like I'm going to be playing as Ica. So, for those of you who have been around since some of the earlier streams, this was the city that we brought that guy from. I forgot the name of the town, but we brought this guy here to get a Valuan passport. We weren't able to enter the city just yet, but now we are obviously here. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of dialogue dumping here. Okay. I mean, I like her ship colors, though. Because pink is actually a really well-established camouflage, especially if you're in the Middle East. I've seen, like, there's certain military vehicles that use pink, or just a pinkish shade, because I guess it blends in with, like, a desert environment better. So this is a portion of the game where you actually don't play as Vice. You play as Ica as the overworld character. So this is kind of where two branching stories happen. So I won't spoil too much, but sometimes you'll be playing as Ica, sometimes you'll be playing as Vice. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, that's the one that that's the one we brought here with that merchant or whatever who gave us the Valuan passport. And it just looks so much nicer. Because from my understanding, the person who did this texture pack redid every single texture, or at least 90% of them. Some of it was AI upscaling, but in addition to AI upscaling, he also fixed them up in Photoshop as well, so they're not just all blurry, upscaled textures. But occasionally, for some reason, the textures unload. So, for example, Vice's portrait just went into the low-res version. Sometimes that happens in the menus, but as far as the overall game goes, it's completely fine. Yeah, because, I mean, just look at this. Nosrad, the center of trade. Anything you need for your travels, you can get right here. So, I think last time I left off, she had the Grendel wing. Okay. So I definitely need to get her some other items, but... Yeah, so this is really uncharted territory at this point, because of course I remember Nosrad, and I remember this portion of the game, but it's been probably like 15 years, if even longer, that I've seen this portion of the game through my brother's file. Because when I was younger, I just didn't really understand a lot of the JRPG concepts, so watching him play it and then playing certain moments, like, this is definitely the first time that I've ever done this by myself. We're defending the safety of Nosrad. Kazim is Nazar's best gunner. He's manning the wall above us. That's a really big gun. But something that I've just always loved about this game is that when you just look out into the environment, you can see ships flying around, merchant ships, and occasionally you'll see, not necessarily in this area, but sometimes you'll see a warship. It's just really cool to see how lived in this world is. Okay, so Kazim, large man. See, I wonder if any of these, because obviously Valua is based off the Spanish Empire, and Nazar is based off of countries in the Middle East, so I'm wondering if this is based off of, like, a certain conflict in history. Because the Valuans and the Nazar people in the lore had war about 100 years prior to the start of this game. But enough dilly-dallying around, let's go explore the main city. I'm actually really excited to see what it looks like in the new quote-unquote graphics. Ooh. A long time ago, this town was a huge oasis known as the City in the Sand. Nosrad was founded by a wealthy merchant. He used the oasis as his base and built a palace with a wall around it. That merchant became the first Naz Sultan, which is the king of Nazar. I'm seeing a lot of different inspiration here, because you've got the Sultan, which, I don't remember exactly what country a Sultan is from. I know that that's, it seems like there's a lot of Middle Eastern and then also Indian influence, because this looks very much like the Taj Mahal. Middle Eastern, yeah, just kind of just generally in that area. So they kind of just dropped us off with no apparent goal in mind, so basically, I'm just going to be talking to everyone that I can to see if I can find my way. Because I kind of have an idea of where I'm supposed to go here, but... Depressed man. Well, at least they get to the point. Heard the Empress of Valua was once a beautiful woman, but that Empress is nothing but a power-hungry old hag now. Even the prince ran away from her. So, I think I was going crazy, but I don't... Let me check via Fina. Yeah, because I don't have any of my healing items anymore. I guess that was all on Vice. Nah, I want some kebabs. Yeah. So, I actually had to ask my brother this one. So Loqua is apparently a localized censorship name. So apparently it's just alcohol in the Japanese release. But at least we got this guild master here. I can turn in my bounties and whatnot. Okay, so a moneylender. Well, I mean, I wasn't able to sell my discoveries, but at the very least it gave me kind of a clue of where I'm supposed to go. So he said a pink cat. I'm almost going by muscle memory. Right there. So if I remember right, I've got to go across through here. So this this skewer lady, she doesn't even have a face. Hello, hello. From daily necessities to luxury items, anything and everything for your shopping pleasure. You really do have lots of stuff. Unfortunately, I have to be careful about wasteful spending right now. I don't know, like, chat, is this a place that you'd potentially would want to visit if given the opportunity just based on what you're seeing? It looks like a really, like, lively city, but... I don't know if I could take the heat. Like, 80, 90 degrees is pretty much my limit, so, like, anything above that, I just don't want to leave. And since this is kind of more of, like, a desert area. Because I've always found it fascinating just have like these stalls open up and just like various merchants from different parts of the world. It's just like an older style of bartering and merchants. Okay, so I'm trying to find that Osman. Maybe this is just an extra area that I can go to. Maybe I needed to go to another location. I like Middle Eastern food. Could never go there myself since they have laws that kill me, but food's pretty okay. Yeah, I really like Middle Eastern food. Like, I can't, like, think of anything specifically at the moment, but I have tried multiple foods from different countries, because when I was at college, they would bring in cooks from different parts of the world occasionally to do, like, a special day, like, hey, this is South American Food Day, or this is food from France, or Japan, China. And so they would have these cooks make the food in the dining hall that day. So it was a good opportunity to try a bunch of foods that I never would have gotten to try before. And yeah, I'm still struggling to find a way up to that location, which there's gonna be a lot of that this stream. But Okay, so if I go over here, I can just use this crossway here. I mean, there's probably a lot more to see in Nazarad, but I'm kind of more in the mood of progression. Are you Osman? Hello, welcome to Osman Financial. The owner, Osman, is in the back room. Salutations, I'm the owner of this business. People call me Osman. BRB gonna lurk, but I'll be back soon. Alright, Sarah. I mean, there's not gonna be anything too eventful happening for the time being, so if anyone wants to lurk, that's completely fine with me. But anyone who comes into the stream is much appreciated. Wow, that's actually pretty profound for... I don't know how me and my brother understood this concept at the time. The whole money lending and collateral. Oh, welcome to the stream, Dio. Good to see ya. Okay, so I have to offer collateral of some kind, but... Let me talk to him again and see if there's anything more he has to say. So I'm kind of at a point in the game where it's going to slow down just a little bit because there's a lot of exposition at this point. Not a lot of battling right now, but, I mean, we've only been playing 30 minutes, so we're going to have a... We'll get there. Okay, so I've got to find somebody who can offer me some collateral in order to get a loan. This is getting, like, really into the real world. Oh. Hey, it's like a paint studio. Oh, good news to everyone in the chat. So tomorrow is the day that I'm going to, well, at the very least, I'm going to get them commissioned. I'm getting the new outfits for my avatar, so, probably within the next 2 weeks or so, I'll be having new clothes for my model. So, stay tuned for that, most definitely. I'm gonna probably get more outfits as time goes on, but, I've got 2 new outfits coming down for this model, so I'm really excited for that. So, I may or may not have to use the walkthrough just because I'm not sure what they want me to do here. Okay. I'll give in just this once. I mean, it's probably something simple, but not even the walkthroughs are helping me. Oh well. I guess this gives me an opportunity to kind of explore the world a little bit more. Maybe I can just do this? Yep, that's... I overcomplicate things a lot, and this is one of those instances. So, how are you doing today, Dio? And everybody else in the chat. I know it's kind of been a slow start to the stream today, but... as I said, this is kind of a turning point in the game where there's a lot of exposition and branching paths, so... not a lot of battling at the moment, so a lot of it is kind of dialogue heavy. Not so great when I'm hanging in there. Well, I'm glad that you popped into the stream, because hopefully that'll help you feel a little better. That's the name of the game, after all, is I want everyone to feel good when they're here. And if they had a bad day, I'd like to at least try to brighten it up. But, I mean, you're all of you are safe here, so... so I wonder if this is where I go back to Vice. Like, maybe it's a day with Ika and Fina, a day with Vice, etc., etc. So, the red moon is quite literally just Mars. So I'm wondering if there's anything back here that I missed, because it kind of just triggered a cutscene. I know it's not going to, like, force me to go to sleep or anything. But I do like how this cave is just conveniently dug into. So let me check and see if Vice has the items that I was missing. Okay, so literally all of my healing items and stuff is on Vice's person, so I'm gonna have to buy some extra ones whenever I go back to Ika and Fina. Is this a separate cave? See, I remember there being random battle. If that wasn't perfect timing, I don't know what perfect timing is. Okay, what color are they? Even though Vice is on his own, I might just stick with using red. Because I do want to get Pyrulin, which is, I think, the final Fire Red Moon based ability. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Bring it on. was easy.
Cool, cool. Okay, I see. So it looks like I'm gonna have to fight some enemies in order to get some meat. So that, I guess that makes sense. So today feels more like a Friday than a Thursday, and I think that's mostly just because of my work schedule. Because I work 2 jobs, so my morning job and then I work another job, but my other job hadn't scheduled me until the weekend, so I work tomorrow and then a bunch of days during the weekend, and then I think Tuesday next week or something, but it definitely feels more like a Friday, so... But really, like, payday is really the only thing at my jobs that I look forward to. I mean, most people can relate with that payday is really the best day of your job. Because I've just been really looking forward to getting more stuff from my model, and I'm going to be getting a new camera for my setup, so it'll probably detect my movements and my emotions a little better. Because currently it doesn't do well in low light, or if it's glaring, it doesn't detect it. Because I actually am wearing glasses in real life, same exact ones that are on my model. So I do have some trouble detecting, like, when I turn to the left, to the right, and look at my stream chat, it does not detect my blinking. If my glasses are off, though, it does detect my blinking. So hopefully with a better camera, it detects my movements a little more. Because the big thing is that I'm going to be investing a lot more into the stream as time goes on, because I think that's really my priority at the moment, is to make it more enjoyable for me and more enjoyable for the audience. I don't really feel like I have to upgrade my microphone setup or anything, at least right now. Because I'm pretty satisfied with how I have it set up in terms of my audio quality. Because sure, microphones are usually really good, so... These things kind of look like flying fish. I mean, they literally are flying fish, but based on, like, the flying fish that I've seen. Yeah, there's no point using any special moves if they die in one hit anyway.
That was a tough fight.
Yeah, so something that him talking just reminded me of, so on the Dreamcast edition of this game, if you put it into a music disc, like a disc player, it will... There's actual custom recorded dialogue from the voice actors that's like, hey, this is a Dreamcast disc, you can damage your CD player, like, hey, put this in a real Dreamcast, and... Because, strangely enough, a lot of games back then, they could be put into, like, CD drives, and there was a time where people were actually putting full games onto cassette tapes, which I find to be a little strange, because I don't know exactly how a game on a cassette tape would work. I mean, of course it does, but... I just like how they went that extra mile, like getting all the voice actors together just to record something as simple as hey, take this out of the disc player, put it back in the Dreamcast. But actually finding the voice actors for some of these people is really difficult, because, like, it's really, some of them, it was their only credit. There are some really big names from the voice acting industry in this game. For example, there's a character, one of the Valuan admirals is played by Charles Martinet. Probably more well known as the voice of Mario and Parthenax. But we've only seen him his character once so far.
That was easy.
Dang, Vice, how much more meat do you need? I mean, I'll get as much as he wants, but I think maybe the amount of meat I get is tied to how many enemies I kill, which I guess that makes sense, but I think I might just go with magic just so I can get an AoE out, because I don't have enough sphere points to use any of my I don't have enough sphere points to use ranged swords.
Moons, give me strength. That was easy.
So last stream I mentioned that I've been getting energy teas when I stream just to kind of wake me up. So this one that I got, it's called Leprechaun. Of course, like in honor of St. Patrick's Day and so on, but I'm not exactly sure. Like it said it had like mango and some other flavors in it. So each stream I'm gonna maybe try a new one, because each month they change their menu, and each stream it's just been really helped me get focused and wake me up. But it's really nice to try something new every time. Well, hey, Vice, you got to eat those things. I get to drink my energy tea, so we're a combo. We're a match made in heaven. On the fourth day, you rested. Skies of Arcadia is now the forest. But I mean, I like that there's this variety in gameplay. It's not just stagnant JRPG mechanics. So, like, it makes sense in the context of the story for things like this to change. So, I mean, it's not technically a survival sim, because it's really very linear, point A to point B, find the firewood, kill these enemies, but I really like how it's not just one gameplay style throughout the entire game. It changes in the context of the story, which I really appreciate. But I actually looked up the average playtime of this game is like 45 hours if you do like everything, so it's a pretty lengthy game, all things considered. But I think what better game to kind of start off with Twitch than Skies of Arcadia, because not many people are playing it unless they're speed running it or and I think that's just a shame. Because I know that GDQ played, I believe, the Legends edition of this game not too long ago. Oof, that looks really gorgeous. Like, I don't know if that's something that they upscaled or not, but the clouds actually look really good. Another good night's rest. It actually does feel good to take a break from fighting monsters. Well, I better get started on fixing the boat. And we're on to another gathering minigame. So, I wonder, is it gonna have me do any random battles, or is it just gonna make me find the moonstones? Because this is very much uncharted territory at this point, because again, I remember a lot of these from my brother's playthrough and from when I messed with the game, but I don't remember things such as like locations or specific dialogue sequences. So I think most of them are just going to be just in this general area. I don't think they're going to have a moonstone go back into the cave or anything, because that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, just need one more. Okay, because when I go into this tall grass, I'm just expecting like a Pokemon-style random encounter just because I'm standing in tall grass. Okay, so one more moonstone. I'm actually going to go and save real quick just in case. And I think I saw the last moonstone up there anyway, so it's probably good that I did this. Yep, right next to the signal fire, ironically enough. Man, just even the ambiance of the island is cool. Yeah, and I do apologize, it's gotten kind of silent in these last few minutes. There just isn't really a lot to, there really isn't a lot going on at the moment, so there's not really anything too exciting. But I am trying to fill the dead air just as much as I can. Because really it's just a matter of watching Vice rebuild this boat, and there's a lot of story-based sequences and not a lot of action. Well, he got the boat floating on water, it's just a matter of him getting it to float in the air. That's literally Mars. Because you can see that little, that trench or whatever that's on the Martian surface that, was caused by, like, erosion or something. I mean, I don't know if that's from the original game or if that's a new texture, but, I mean, I'm not gonna fault them too much on that, because in Battlefront 2, Yavin, not Yavin 4, but the gas giant that Yavin is around, they used texture of Venus. Because, I mean, when it's in a low resolution and you're just in the heat of the moment, you're not really going to care about things like that. But it just, as an adult, just like looking at this sort of thing, it just, I notice it that much more. See, I wonder how eager he would be if it was a Valuan battleship that flew by. Vice, watch out. There's a white rabbit on the right side of the screen. I think you should follow it into Wonderland. Well, I mean, he was eating some mysterious fauna on the island, so you never know. If I could wink, I would. Yeah, like, maybe it was all just a dream. Like, a hallucination. He wasn't really seeing the ship. And we get to meet Pretty Boy Gilder. Following the gunslinging, red-coated, badass hero trope. I'm a huge fan of Devil May Cry, and I think what was it, Hellsing, or I forgot the name of the anime where Alucard is from. But Gilder was actually my first introduction to, like, the red-coated gunslinging hero. I don't remember that picture in the background. It could be something from the texture pack. Because I know that some of the textures they up-resed, and they probably took some creative liberties with some of them. Oh, and welcome to the stream, Vice Dynabite. And welcome back, Cranberry. Yeah, so now that we've met Gilder, things are going to pick up a little bit more, because it was kind of slow on the island. There wasn't really a lot to really commentate on, unfortunately, but I can only imagine how the scene would have unfolded if Vice was a girl being rescued by that guy. The lady in the photo looking kind of thick. Yeah, so when I was younger, I mispronounced a lot of these names, so like I didn't realize that his name was Gilder, so I called him Glider. Which, I mean, that's still a pretty cool name regardless, but his name is, I believe, pronounced Gilder. Apparently so. But this isn't the first time that we've seen his name. Because Gilder is on the Valuan's Most Wanted list over on Sailor's Island, and we've seen his name as early as, well, Sailor's Island. Man, he's just like a mixture of like so many cool tropes that, like, Gilder is just too cool for school. See, that's awesome. I'm glad I'm not the only one that called him Glider. Because I guess when I was younger, I just didn't really take the time to actually properly read the name. Because when this game came out, I was in the first grade, so, well, depending on the month, it was either first or second grade. But so my reading comprehension wasn't the best, but I'll say that's a good motto. Nah, I think I probably should have said something else. But it's okay, I'm not too worried about it. Because sometimes you'll get dialogue prompts and I wasn't actually paying attention to what he was saying, so it happens. I'm just mesmerized by Gilder's coolness. I mean, look, he's even staring directly at the screen. I told him, what's wrong with you? It's like, even he's looking at me like, you should have been reading the dialogue. And this is where the stories start to come together. So, I'm not sure that I'm going to put too many moonberries into Gilder. I might... Okay, so he's level 24, so he's kind of in the same range where I'm at now. So he doesn't have any super moves yet. What's his equipment looking like? Still, I really like the design of his ship, too. So, and a good thing is Nosrad's just literally right here, so I don't have to worry about going to a bunch of other places, but you can kind of see, like, how far we got blown off course, because last time we were kind of in this general vicinity of Valua, and then that's where we found Rachnum and Ramirez attacked us, and we got blown all the way over here. And then Ica and Fina, probably around this area. But I don't remember it being this close to Nosrad. But now we get to see Gilder in action. I'm so excited. I mean, just look at this pose. He's just too cool for school. Oh, okay, so I feel bad because I completely forgot another pretty boy in red that from older games that has a gun. Vincent Valentine! How can I forget about Vincent? If you were an RPG character, what class would you be? Probably a mage.
Take that.
Either a mage or, a swordsman, because with a mage you have a little bit more versatility, I think, depending on your skill set. So if you're a healer or like you do a combination of offensive and then defensive, whereas a swordsman you're really limited. But since I am a trainee in Kendo and Kenjutsu, I'd like to say swordsman, but I'd probably be a mage just because I'm more of like a support class, I think, when it comes to that instance. Gilder, how can you be so cool and miss? I've been hyping him up, and then he missed at point blank range. I'd be that NPC that you have to escort that insists on standing in front of enemies.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I mean... I just... Wait, is that's a discovery. You have found the Map of Ages. What once used to be a grand map of the skies, carved into a beautiful stone tablet, is now a crumbling, or weather-torn, crumbling slab of rock. It is said that the map is but a portion of the original, but nobody knows what keeps it afloat. So I'm wondering how they were able to get onto this island to make that, since it's moving extremely fast. But I generally would say just mage, just because... like I said, there's a lot of versatility, a lot of variety with magical abilities. Because even in this game, you have a well-balanced set of offensive and then defensive magic. But you could also have like a staff or maybe a sword or something just as a backup. At least if I was an RPG class character. Just kind of like basing it off of my personality a little more. Seems likely that it was once part of a larger island and it broke away. Yeah, that's true. Plus the high altitude winds could also be potentially pushing it much further than it should be. Oh, buddy. So this is kind of where the stories start to come together. Clara was searching for Gilder all along. Good thinking, Gilder. I mean, we just got rescued, and now, I mean, I'm not gonna deny that Clara has good taste, but... I mean... This seems to be a fairly regular occurrence that they've got a name for it. I'm searching for adventure too. If I had an airship, I'd totally use it. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because since I played this game, or was it... I experienced this game at a very young age. Really, anytime there was a game that had airships of any kind that were in the same vein of, like, pirate ships and floating metal fortresses, like, I always compared it to Skies of Arcadia afterwards, because this was kind of my first exposure to the genre of JRPGs outside of the Pokemon franchise. Because being a Nintendo guy growing up, or Nintendo gal guy, I never really got the opportunity to play a lot of like PlayStation and Final Fantasy titles, so I was never really exposed to the JRPG genre outside of
See ya.
Skies of Arcadia and so on. Wait, so... Hold on. So Ica and Fina were here, but then again, it's also been a week, so I don't know if they're still going to be here, or if they've already left. But since Vice has all of the money, like, I should be able to buy items and such. I wish they would re-release this on the Switch. Oh, absolutely. I just wish they would re-release it in general. Like, it doesn't... Like, they could re-release it on the Xbox or Steam or just really any platform, and there would be an audience for it. Because Sega has been known to take some of their older franchises and remaster them. Panzer Dragoon Saga being one of them. But it's just a shame that they've been sitting on this franchise for so many years, and even the original developer wants to work on something with it again. Only if there's a lot... They said the only way they could is if there's a lot of demand. GameCube isn't particularly easy to play these days. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I haven't been to the Guildmaster in quite a long time, so I'm gonna get a fairly substantial amount of gold from this. Which reminds me, next time I'm in the area of Sailor's Island, I also need to give the Moonfish to Doc, because I've been holding off on that. Like, my latest TV doesn't even have composite cable ports anymore. Oh. Yeah, that's why it's really good to... for games to be re-released or updated. Not necessarily like remaster remakes, because I don't want it to be like oversaturated, but there are games that really deserve at least a re-release. Because as time goes on, they just get more and more rare to experience. Actually, now that I think about it, I could probably go to the ship parts merchant and buy some stuff. I mean, I don't have a ship, but I could probably buy some stuff. Well, we don't actually have our own ship right now. And then he's going to complain about window shopping. Yep, the exact same dialogue. But then again, like, if I bought anything, I couldn't buy stuff for the Little Jack because the Little Jack is gone. So my assumption is I'm going to have to go back to the same hotel that Ica and Fina were at. Because I think that's kind of just, it's like, oh, well, your stories are branching together so well that you literally ended up in the same bedroom that they were at. My one complaint with this game is Vice is always the leader with one exception. I wish it let you change the walking character in the overworld. Yeah, that's something that could really benefit in the remake, is just, maybe even a Final Fantasy 15-esque style where, in Final Fantasy 15 you can change who you play as in the middle of a battle. So, like, instead of just playing as strictly Noctis in that game, you can switch to any of your party members in the middle of the battle, and you're kind of like the leader, so to speak. I think that Skies of Arcadia would really benefit from something like that. Especially, and I think especially cosmetically, because you can get different items and armors and stuff, but they're really just for stats. Like, the only thing that's cosmetic in this game is, unfortunately, the weapons. And of course, you can change your moonstone color. But save for that, there really isn't a lot of customization in this game. I think the inn was back here. Final Fantasy 15 appeals to me because it lets me part of something I can never be part of in real life. Yep. Final Fantasy... bleh, word vomit. So Final Fantasy 15 is actually going to be the next JRPG that I stream on my Twitch. So once I'm finished with Skies of Arcadia, which is going to be a pretty lengthy set of streams just because of the nature of how long this game is. But that's going to be the next game that I stream is going to be Skies of Arcadia, or not Skies of Arcadia, but Final Fantasy 15. Because I think having an alternating day where it's a JRPG and then another game is kind of a good strategy for me, so I get kind of a little bit of variety in there. I can play something really long, but then I can also play something really short and sweet. Kind of gives me a little peek into what it's like to be part of an all-male group and a guy's day out kind of thing. Can I play as the photographer? Yes, you can. Sadly not in the overworld, but you can play as Prompto in the battle, which 9 times out of 10 I would play as Prompto anyway, just because I liked using the guns. And because if you have an item equipped, you can have unlimited ammunition, so I would just use the SMG on every enemy. And welcome to the stream, Monster Club and Orchid. Good to see ya. And yeah, Cranberry, like a guy's day out sort of thing. It's kind of like at least the beginning of Final Fantasy 15 is really like 4 bros going on a vacation, and I really enjoyed my time with Final Fantasy 15. It's just a shame that Square Enix didn't really see the value in continuing with the game enough to finish the DLCs that they had planned, because there was 4 DLC packs planned for Final Fantasy 15, but then they ended up canceling those. And then they released the storylines for those, like the scripts and stuff, into a book, which I guess that's better than nothing, but there's a lot of characters in that game that deserved a happier ending that they never got in the main game. Yeah, Dawn of the Future. I still need to get a copy of that, but it's still a shame that Final Fantasy 15 kind of got shafted like that, because it's such a good game. It started out really rough, and there's no denying that, but still. So I pointed out that we ended up in the same inn, and I was like, oh, well, maybe they'll end up in the same room that they were in, but it looks like they've been here the whole time, so I don't think it's very polite to walk in other people's rooms, Aika. I mean, literally, like, she could just wait here for like an hour, and then eventually they'll have to come out for like the bathroom or get some food or something. So let's go back to Osman, or actually no, let's go into the bar real quick, because Gilder should still be in here. I mean, I get the heroic bravado, but Aika is literally 17, Gilder. Kind of the problem with Final Fantasy is now more of a technical showpiece than anything. They're more focused on making the next tech demo than continuing the story. Yeah, and, see, Final Fantasy 13 looked really good when I played it, but the problem I had with Final Fantasy 13 is that if your party leader gets taken out, you lose. So, for example, if you have Lightning, and then Lightning gets taken out, your entire party will fail. And that's just something that I really hated about Final Fantasy 13, is that aspect of the game, which is why I never finished it. And even though I really love the soundtrack of that game, and it's really fun, it was just aggravating. And technically, I also have Final Fantasy VII Remake to play at some point, but I don't think I'll stream that. I might, but it's just that that's another JRPG that's going to be another, like, really long hurdle of streams to actually get through. Because by the time I would finish that game, Remake Part 2 would be out. So much of the game was just press the confirm button. Yeah, and I never understood the various styles that you had to do. Like, there were different fighting styles you could equip, and I just never understood that game feature. But again, the soundtrack for Final Fantasy XIII is amazing. So now we've got to go back to finding the collateral. So this is kind of where I was... I mean, it gives me the opportunity to kind of explore this place a little more. Because, you know, to be expected to get such a massive loan, we're going to have some sort of collateral in order to be trusted enough for that loan, but again, we're getting kind of in the real world territory here with like loans and collateral, but it's just I don't really remember exactly what collateral they're looking for, because of course there's the inn, but maybe it's just another opportunity to explore, and then I just go back to bed. But then again, it'll just be an endless cycle of going to bed, looking for collateral. Like, I mean, just because I go to sleep in the inn doesn't mean that collateral's magically going to appear in front of me. I'll give it a try, and then if going back to bed is what happens, then great. If not, then I'll just explore until I find what I need. I have access to the internet. I am not completely lost. Yeah, we'll stay in that again. Okay, so... Alright, so I'm going to go back to a walkthrough from 2003, so I guess we're kind of in that same realm, but let's see. Oof. So, you'll see me kind of looking down like this. This is actually me looking at my phone right now. And just this walkthrough is, like, abysmally... Like, I can't obviously show this on stream because it's on my phone, but this walkthrough that I'm looking at here is, like, they really needed to... they really needed to format this better, because it looks like they just copied and pasted somebody's notes. Maybe if I specify Osman. Well, in the meantime, while I look for this, how's everybody doing in chat today? I know it kind of started off a little bit slow, but we're kind of getting into the swing of things. I don't think it's a spoiler to say that you cannot meet Bison in town. Yeah, I remember that part. It's just, I think, I'm just trying to remember, like, what I'm supposed to do in terms of collateral. Because a lot of what I'm seeing is for stuff in later game, in these walkthroughs. I got bullied by moths yesterday. Oh, do tell. Like moths, like you went outside and there was like moths or something? Maybe if I specify like Ica. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I gotta tell you, these walkthroughs are formatted like... It's like somebody, and not to like diss anybody who wrote these walkthroughs, but I mean, they're formatted like really poorly. Okay, here we are. Okay, so... The girls will be near the port near their ship, but it's... Okay, so I have to go to the tavern bar? Okay, so I'll admit I am completely lost because these walkthroughs are absolutely horribly formatted. They landed on our bedroom door so we couldn't leave. Also, one landed on our pillow just as about to sleep. Were they like the dust moths, like those really small ones, or were they the bigger ones that have the really cute faces? Because, like, I've seen a ton of those dust moths, but, like, seeing, like, the ones that have the cute faces, like, I've been more open-minded, like... Oh, so I had to talk to the bartender the whole time, or the tavern keeper. Oh, so I guess we got like a job? Well then. They were big. Oh, so they probably were. Yeah, like, lately I've just been kind of, like, looking into different insect species, and just, I have, like, a greater respect for a lot of them. Like, I've especially grown fond of jumping spiders, because, like, after just, like, seeing a lot of wildlife channels and seeing how their behavior is and how curious they are, and I know technically that jumping spiders are arachnids, not insects, but at the same time, it's just, like, I have a much higher respect for them, and like I've said in previous streams, praying mantises are really cool. And I'm not just saying this just to say this, Orchid, but orchid mantises are one of my favorite mantis species. Because they're just gorgeous, because they look like a... they look like flowers. I like Aika, she's so full of energy. Yeah, and I think that her energy kind of balances out a lot of, like, Vice and Fina. I think I'm the only girl in my family not freaked out by bugs or spiders. Yeah, like, cellar spiders, daddy longlegs, like, if I see those just kind of laying around, I usually just leave them be. The irony of being scared of moths is not missed on me. Yeah, I mean, if, like, a moth were to just fly randomly, at me right now, like, I would probably freak out and jump out of my chair, but that's just because it startled me, not because of what it is. But, like, as far as, like, bugs and spiders and stuff are concerned, like, daddy longlegs, if I see some just laying around my home, I'll just usually leave them be, because They'll take care of other smaller pests, and they don't usually leave the general vicinity that they're in. Plus, they're just harmless, so there's really no point in doing anything. Okay, so I mean, we've got the money to buy a ship. Osmond's not budging, so I guess we don't really need to get a loan then. So it's just a matter of, I guess, going back to the inn. See, I get so, like, into the conversations, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes I get so into my conversations that I neglect to read important dialogue. So, I don't have a mouth, but apparently I also don't have a pair of eyes either. I'm fine with moss as long as they decide to just chill out in the corner. Yeah, like, you can respect them from a distance, which I think is completely okay. Like if a moth were to get into my room or anything like that, I'd probably bring it outside. Like, I wouldn't kill it. So, I'm going to reference this walkthrough one more time. Return to the inn for a small scene. Okay. Yeah, this whole segment is literally just like, oh, do this, go back to the inn, do this, go back. If I see a moth, I inject it with mutagen and they turn into moth. I actually really like Mothra, though. Like, she's, like, actually a hero in the Godzilla film. Well, technically she has her own film franchise, but, like, in the Godzilla film, she's a hero. Pedro. Oh, okay. So we found this map on Gonzalez's body earlier, so I wonder if that's guessing that that's the other half of it. Yep, Gonzalez, there it is. Dackett's map. Five generations ago, long before my time, there's a great air pirate named Dackett that terrorized the world. What if I turned them into moth girls? Surely they could be a little less scared of me, right? I mean, like, that would be completely fine. There's a lot of animals and insects that, when I was younger, I was either scared of or just I didn't understand. But as I got older, I got a newfound appreciation for a lot of them, like turkey vultures, for example. Like, I used to just think that they were really... I thought they were mean and gross, but as I kind of just, like, did my research into them and I watched, like, various YouTube channels and some Instagram pages of bird sanctuaries, it's like they're actually really clean and not mean at all. Like, they don't have a... Like, turkey vultures don't have a voice box, so they can only grunt and hiss, so they're not loud. And apparently they're a protected species, it's really fascinating, like, when, like, there's an animal or something that you may have thought differently of, but then you actually, like, look into them and they're much different than what you expected. Same thing with possums. Like, possums, everybody thinks, like, carry a bunch of diseases and stuff, but their body temperature is at a point where diseases like rabies and a bunch of other stuff, well, I don't know about rabies, but some certain diseases they can't actually carry on their person. And they're actually fairly docile. Like, I wouldn't go poke a possum in your front yard or anything, but possums are actually fairly docile animals from my understanding. Like, they're not going to go out of their way to bite you. They'll just try to scare you with hissing. I wonder if we're gonna encounter this man again, because Vice did find Gonzalez's corpse.
Hey,
So they're gonna say, no, we've got places to be, and literally if they had just waited, if you just waited a little bit longer. Oh, oh, man. And then Vice has the other part of the map just in his hand. Like, even out of the corner of their eye, they couldn't have just noticed, but, I mean, sure, if you're in an unfamiliar place, I mean, you're probably not going to be thinking of stuff like that when your mind is focused on another thing, but still, I just find that hilarious that they were so close to meeting up with each other again. Well, I mean, they are pirates, so finding the pirate's treasure is kind of a given. See, I just want to get Gilder, Vincent Valentine, Alucard, and Dante in one room. Okay, so if we're gonna go warn the Sultan, guards have to let us through, so... I mean, that's more of a threatening approach, and then if I say that, they're just gonna assume, like, no, like, you're threatening us, so clearly, like, we're not gonna let you in because you're just a commoner trying to see the royalty, so this makes more sense.
Oh!
So this is another part of the game that I remember, just kind of like, sort of. But again, the dialogue was just something that I don't remember really comprehending. So you're the heir pirate who escaped from the Grand Fortress, eh? I am the Nas Sultan of the Nasar Kingdom. What is it that you want from me? Wow, what a prick. I think you're overestimating your abilities a little much there, guy. I mean, that is fair enough, but at the same time... I mean, I guess it's not too inaccurate from a lot of rulers. Overconfident in their abilities and their people suffering for it. The dead will always watch over my treasure. It is located on the torn section of the map. I mean, we did get some, like, centuries-old treasure map, so... So, I'm gonna see if there's an item merchant that I can purchase some healing stuff with. Let me see if Ika's got any gold left, though. Okay, so I have 0 gold, so actually, never mind, I can't do anything. Because they're gonna say, like, if I could get any healing items, that'd be much appreciated. So I wonder if it's just gonna pop me into the overworld, or am I gonna just... Okay. On the treasure map, it says the dead will always watch over my treasure, and there's a skull here on the eastern part of the little continent. I wonder if that has to do with anything. So, let's see here. That's Crescent Isle. That's the Temple of Pyron. So I'm guessing it's kind of near Crescent Isle, but not quite, so probably around this general vicinity of Valua. Because I'm guessing technically if I want... Well, I guess it'll probably block me from going this way, so it's probably just a straight shot this way. But again, something I've always loved about Skies of Arcadia is just seeing how all the locations, you can see a lower resolution version on the overworld. So you can see, like, the Non-Sultan's Palace, all the different shops and buildings and stuff. I just always found that really cool as a kid. So, I guess it's just this way, because it said the eastern part of the Balloon Continent, and while I am going northwest, if it's on the eastern side of the Balloon Continent, it's going to be this way. I do have to be a little careful with random battles, though, because I don't have a lot of healing items. Yeah, I'm probably going to save my magic as much as I can. Here, let me see what I've got. Okay, so I've got 4 Sacris Crystals. So I definitely got to be really careful with these random battles. I really got to pick my poison, so to speak. Well, I guess I can use Lambda Burst.
Fire consume my enemies! Lambda burst!
See, I'm thinking that Magic question mark is just the equivalent of Splash from the Pokemon franchise, because it really never does anything. But yeah, I've got to be really careful with these random battles. Because while I don't want to run from anything, because like I haven't run from a single battle in my entire playthrough so far, I still have to be especially careful because of my lack of healing items. I have enough to use magic healing on Vice, or not Vice, but Ica and Fina's part, but I still...
Here goes!
It's probably best that I just go straight for this treasure map island place.
Thank the moons.
So I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's probably a little further back from Crescent Isle, probably like up here somewhere, because this is the only part of the Valuan continent that I haven't discovered yet, so it's probably in this range over here somewhere. Because there's Crescent Isle. And technically, I don't think we can land there, but if we did, we'd be able to find the Little Jack's lifeboat. Okay, so we've got two suspicious-looking islands in front of me. That was the moment Ica decided to ignore Vice and go attack the Empire herself. Yeah, like, should I... Sure, I'll use that. Yeah, like, we just completely abandoned all hope and we went straight for Valua in this dinky little airship.
Here goes!
So with the improved detail with these textures, I can actually see things on these models that I never noticed before. So like, I see the faces and like the eyeballs and stuff of some of these enemies that I may never have noticed before. So like this porcupine-looking guy, like, it's I guess that the intention is to be like a pufferfish or something, and I can actually see the face and the mouth of it now. Whereas in the original resolution, you might not see stuff like that, so that's actually really cool. Ooh. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna... Screw it, I'm gonna use magic, even though it's probably not effective.
Give me strength!
Yeah, because I know that one is not affected by Red Moon magic, but that Needle Storm attack was really devastating. Because, like, if I can get straight to the island, I'm not really too concerned, because I think that will generally be okay. It's just these random battles in between that I have to worry about. Okay, wait, can't do that. Okay, we'll see what happens here. And if my magic, or not my magic, but my health goes down, like, drastically, then I'm gonna have to heal. You know what, I'll have her attack, and then I'll have her heal. Okay, so I didn't even need to do that, but better be safe than sorry.
That was a close one.
And also realized that I had a Cham in my inventory, so I'm gonna go ahead and use that real quick. Okay. Magic. Okay, should be good. So I'm gonna take a wild guess and say either one of these two islands is the one I have to go to, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 islands that look almost identical. So I guess it's a matter of finding the one that looks the biggest. I'm gonna say it's this one because I can see an entrance there, so it's very clearly. Yep, that's it. Oh, and then there's a Cham here. See, I'm not really too worried about it when Vice and Gilder come this way, because Vice has all of my healing items, so I'm not really too worried about him. It's just that right now, Vice, or Ica and Fina are really limited in terms of what they have, because I can only really use magic and the 4 Sacris crystals that I have. It's an old language, but I think I can read it. When the two become one, the path will reveal itself to you. Okay, so I guess that's going to switch us over to Vice, because I'm going to take a wild guess and say that him doing something is going to open the path, and then they're going to be able to go through. I'm making good time, though. I mean, I'm only at the 2-hour mark, and I've got 2 more hours to stream, so... again, really, thanks to everyone who's been coming down to the stream every time. I really appreciate the support, and it's just really good to talk to all of you. Even if sometimes the games get kind of a little slow. Like, for example, this part's a little slower than the usual, like, oh, we're fighting a Gigas, or, oh, there's this crazy event that's happening in the world that we have to stop. But, you know, I think it's good to have kind of a little bit of a relaxing time in different moments of the game where we're just doing a simple treasure hunt. Like, I mean, they're pirates after all, so taking a break from the main plot while enemies build up their forces and so on to go for a short little treasure hunt is nice. So, let me see. Vice has all the gold, so I'm gonna try and see if there's a weapons merchant around here. Because, I mean, I think I'm okay as far as my weapons are concerned, but it's probably not a bad idea to at least check. Because there might be something that I could get here that'll benefit me later on. Because there was the ship parts merchant, and then maybe the weapons merchant is nearby. I mean, I won't spend too much time here, because I've already spent a lot of time in Nosrad. And as we have established, I am very bad at direction when it comes to Nosrad. Okay, so I don't think I've been over here. So there's that, and then there's that. So I'm assuming it's there might be something up there that I can go to. So, let's see. Okay, so I can just go up here, and then there's a branching path that I can take. But I will say, though, like, Vice having all the gold is kind of shit, because, you know, they didn't split that up among themselves. Like, they just trusted Vice to... It's like, yeah, you can carry all of our finances. It's like, you know, we're a team and all, but you keep all of our items, all of our finances, all of our weapons. It's like, okay, so this has to be the weapons merchant. Hey, this is that guy from earlier. Oh yeah, rub it in, guy. Alright, what have you got? Okay. The iron cutter. So the Nazar uniform will benefit to Vice. And then what else? Caravan armor. I could buy that for Fina. Immunity ring. Boost defense and resistance to adverse effects. I mean, I want to equip it, but I'll buy it. And then let's see what I can sell. Sorry, Gilder. I'm selling your starter pistol. Don't really need Drachma's stuff anymore. But like I said in some previous streams, I'm usually going to keep the cutlass and the boomerang. Just because it's as a kid, because of the text here that says Vice received these swords as a gift from his father. It is light with a short blade. I just feel bad, like, if I were to sell that, it just feels like selling a birthday present. It's just wrong. Now, I don't know about these cannons, though, because I don't know if these will be used as in a ship later on. Which, this doesn't make sense that we have this in our inventory, because the little jack kind of went down in flames, so did we just literally tear off the cannon as we were getting into the lifeboat? It's like, sorry, Drachma, we're gonna take all the cannons with us into this tiny lifeboat, so you've got nothing but the harpoon cannon. I mean, this stuff doesn't really give me that much gold, but, I mean, my inventory's getting really cluttered with a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it that way for now. Okay, so now we're gonna go, we're gonna leave Nazareth. I literally could have just walked up there. Oh, man. So now we're gonna leave Nazareth and go to Dakot's Island. So now, after 2 hours of playtime, we're finally getting somewhere. Woohoo! Yeah, like I said, this part gets really slow. So I do apologize if it kind of felt like it dragged on quite a bit, but I mean, with every story, there's going to be some exposition, and we're definitely at a point where there's a lot of exposition. Okay, well, at least we know where the island is now. It actually tells me, like, verbatim, like, where it is. So I just have to go above Nazareth and just head in that direction. Oh no, we're gonna crash land into this island again. Well, not quite crash landing, but a random battle will work.
Yeah.
See, now Gilder's, like, shown how cool he is by one-hitting an enemy.
I wish they were all that easy.
See, he's got a really cool voice, so I'm curious if his voice actor did anything after Skies of Arcadia, because a lot of the ones that were in this game went on to do some other things, but like I said, Charles Martinet is a voice actor in this game, so I'm curious if any of these other people went on to do other things. Okay, there's a discovery there, so I'm gonna go for this first. The balloon seed. There was a time when balloon flowers could be seen throughout the lands, but now they only exist in history books. But where there are seeds, there must be flowers. Perhaps the history books are not quite so inaccurate. I like how I can actually make out the text on these discoveries. I mean, it's all, like, Arcadian gibberish, but it's still really cool to see that there's actual text there. So... the balloon seed actually prevented me from moving. Oh, I'm a little concerned about these guys because the last time I encountered this... it's a different enemy, but this enemy type, the last time I encountered them was in South Ocean, and they all knew Eternus, or Eterni, the one-hit kill ability. And since I don't have Delta Shield, I can't block them from doing that. I mean, I have all the items I need to revive myself, but at the same time, I'd rather not do that. But I think what I'll do is if I get a Moonberry, I'm going to unlock Gilder's first ability at the very least. Because him and Drachma share a commonality.
I wish they were all that easy.
I think like the fourth party member really shares a lot of that. Where I think they only get 3 special abilities. So let me actually double check that real quick. Yeah, so usually like your fourth party member will just have like 3 special abilities. So it's better to kind of choose wisely what abilities you're going to get. So I'm not really too concerned about getting his ultimate because it's not all that great. I know his second ability has utility, but I think I'd just get his first ability because it's an AoE and it's really cool to watch. But my priority at the moment is to get Pirate's Wrath, but I think unlocking at least one ability for Gilder is fully justified right now. Because while Pirate's Wrath is going to be a really vital ability to get, I think it's fine to wait for it for now. Also, let me just point out that how did Ica and Fina not see the ship coming in? Especially considering they were outside at the time, so... okay.
Wow!
Ah, dang it. Don't you just hate when you try to grab your drink and something falls off your desk? Sorry for any unintentional ASMR there. The game likes to get really silent sometimes, so let me try again. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's pretty cool. It lets you switch between the two. That's interesting. So I thought that was a save point at first, but... Oh, please tell me this isn't a Sibyl Bane. No, it's a Sibyl Bane. Oh, more like Sibyl Pain. So, to kind of give you an explanation to chat what these guys are, so certain chests in the game are guarded by this assassins organization known as the Sibyl Banes, and usually if a chest has something good in it, they're guarding it, and there is incentive to go out and kill all of them, but they're generally pretty hard as far as common enemies are concerned. Like, I would say they're kind of in the same vein as a mini-boss. And they really love to use either grenades or burst attacks. So I guess I'll just use standard attacks for now. Ooh. Okay, one more round, he should be dead. But it's a good general rule of thumb to not underestimate them because, like I said, some of them are in the same vein as a mini-boss because they're significantly more difficult than a lot of the common enemies. Okay, let's see what this guy was guarding. A soul crystal. Potentially use Rain of Swords. Use Counter-Strike for this round and I'll focus.
Bring it on.
Aw, man! So it looks like they're not, like, particularly powerful, they're just put you to sleep. I mean, I've been known to put people to sleep, but... but at the same time, it's like, I didn't think they'd mean literally. Damn it! It's gonna be like an endless cycle of them hitting me and then putting me back to sleep and... Yeah, how is this fair? It's like, they wake me up just to put me back to sleep. It's like, it's an endless cycle of just them hitting me and running and... It's like, come on, throw me a bone here. I mean, you guys had the upper hand and he ran away.
Now that was fun.
That was the exact opposite of fun, Gilder. I mean, luckily Vice has all of the healing items, so I'm not really too worried about him as far as that's concerned. It's really just Ica and Fina. Alright, so before I go through this door, I'm gonna see if there's anything back here that I missed. At least on Ica and Fina's part, so I'm gonna switch back to them. Because I think I can come back here if I miss anything, but I'd rather not. I'd like to get everything that I can in the first run, so to speak. Is that a... It's like a walrus? Well, I guess wall rank. Then we got like a bunny type thing, some of my brethren. And then like a scaled dog.
Back off! Over there!
Yeah, I definitely underestimated Fina when I first had her as a party member. Because she's definitely kind of grown to be part of the team. Because when I first started out, she was severely underleveled, probably like 3 or 4 levels under where I was currently. But she's definitely pulling her own weight. So
Here goes!
she's definitely an equal in terms of the party now. Because I think she's at either one level below or the same exact level as Ica at this point. So, okay, she's one level below. So she's caught up from the 5 or 6 levels she was before. Okay, so there's nothing back there that will really benefit, so I'm just gonna go forward. Ooh, saccharin crystals. The pronunciations are gonna change every stream, so it'll be like saccharin, saccharin. Because since there's no official pronunciation for any of these things, it's just really up to interpretation and so forth. Well, I'm glad that it's a fairly straightforward path so far. Yeah, I'll just use your regular attacks for now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm taking them out in one hit, there's really no point in me doing AoE like Rain of Swords.
That was easy.
But I'm kind of at the point where I don't know where I should be as far as my levels are concerned because I haven't skipped any battles. So, I mean, I'm definitely more leveled than I would have been, say, on my original file that my brother had. Because we had a tendency to basically run from every random battle and just do the most important ones. So a lot of the time we were severely underleveled and somehow managed to scrape by, but for the most part we were just severely underleveled at parts of the game where we needed to be strong. But at this point I've literally skipped no battles, haven't run from a single battle. So I'm just really wondering where I should be at this point as far as my levels are concerned. The Maiden's Armor. Ooh, that's a major improvement. And I think Fina can wear it too, so... Oh yeah, that is a lot better. Let me look at her other equipment. Okay, so she's just got that. Because I keep forgetting that And well, Ica probably doesn't have anything either because Vice has all of my items. Okay, I'm not really too worried about it right now, but later on I'm going to have to look through that and see, like, what I can change. Okay, so I can get that. So, I wonder what that changed in terms of Ica and Fina's perspective. So, are we like in the same room, just different elevations? Magic do? What is that? What does that do? Okay, so it's like a super magic droplet, so I'm going to save that for later. Because right now we're at pretty much full capacity. Like, Fina's got 19 out of 20, Ica's got 10 out of 13, so it'd be a complete waste if I used that. Okay, so that didn't really do me any good. Maybe I've got to press it again. Okay, there we go. I mean, pretty straightforward, like, not too complicated so far. But again, I think just because seeing this through a child's mind when I was younger, it was probably a lot more complicated than I made it out to be. But I'm also kind of going out of my way to get as many of the treasure chests and items as possible. I heard a Cham, but... See, that whole bit in Nazar was just so long that it feels like I've been streaming a lot longer than I actually have. But I'm only at 2 hours and 21 minutes, so like I haven't been streaming like too fairly long. Okay, I hear that Cham. Okay, there we go. Pretty much the golden rule of thumb with Chams is like if you see that icon, just keep pressing the button and moving around and eventually you'll get it. So... I got that chest that's over there. And then this one right here. Oh, cool, a moonberry. So I'm going to save that for Gilder. Because I think it's just one to unlock his special. So my thought isn't it just a little suspicious that... Like, did they not think that... It's a little suspicious that in certain circumstances these doors will just open by themselves. So, well, I guess since our inventories aren't the same, I'll have to wait until later. Because Ike and Fina have the Moonberry, I don't have it for Vice. I need to actually see about finding more moonberries and seeing like where, like certain locations where I can get them, because I don't remember the exact circumstances on how you get moonberries.
That was easy.
Because I'd like to get more just so I can get a stock up for Pirate's Wrath, and I definitely like to get more for different crew members. Oh hey, Floofy, it's good to see you. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in the stream chat in a long time. Good to have you. So I hear the moonfish. Aw, oh, man, random battle right as I'm trying to get the moonfish. Yeah, you kind of came in at a really good time. The first bit of the stream was a bit slow because we're kind of like a lot of exposition, a lot of, oh, go point A to point B, do this, do that. And now we're kind of getting more into the action of it. Probably just my very broken sleep schedule. Well, I mean, I'm definitely in that club too. I go to work at 4 in the morning, so it's just a 4-hour shift in the morning because I have a morning job, and then some days I have another job that I work. So I'll go in at 4 in the morning, and I'll come back, sleep for a few hours, and then I'll usually wake up like midday. So I mean, occasionally I'll stay awake for that time frame, but most of the time my sleep is very fragmented, and I sleep for like 4 hours, and then do my job, and then I come back and sleep for the rest of the time. Flying planes are stressful, man. That was until I realized how easy it kind of was. Yeah, no worries, Dio. Like I said, it's been kind of slow so far, so completely, like, you didn't really miss too much, so you're all good. Probably just end the stream surf on Twitch, so I don't always see every stream. Yeah, that's completely fine. Just, like, even popping in for a little bit and saying hi is nice. Because I think what I really like about streaming is just seeing all the familiar faces. And all the new faces.
I wish they were all that easy.
Just out of my reach. Yeah, I've had to take melatonin lately to actually get a full night's rest. Like, it's the only way that I can actually go to sleep and stay asleep. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about that moonberry now. Oh, we're gonna get Gunslinger! Oh, I love this ability as a kid! Probably won't see it until later on, but Gunslinger is my favorite, one of my favorite abilities from Gilder. Because like I said, he's got the guy in the red overcoat with gun trope, but, I mean, he's just so cool. An Electrum box. Yeah, and as far as my sleep schedule is concerned, I'm trying to get that fixed too. It's just, because I'm trying to kind of figure out my work situation, and that's been really difficult. So I think I'm gonna probably, like, see about maybe only working certain days if I can. Because if I can do that and I have a more consistent schedule, I'll be able to actually not only stream more consistently, but I'll be able to have more energy to stream. Because I have this energy tea that I mentioned earlier, which I got specifically because I needed something to kind of hydrate me and also to kind of wake me up. So I'm kind of more mentally focused on what's going on. Gallons of Gatorade. Yeah. Everything has been a pain in the ass for me lately, continuing health issues and the like. Yeah, well, I'm really sorry to hear that, Floofy. I hope that at least the stream and just hanging out like helps a little bit with some of that, as far as like the mental part is concerned. Because something that I really want to stress is that everyone is safe here. Everyone's welcome. So like, I really want to make this a really accepting place to be. So if you ever need to just come and chill out and you just aren't streaming yourself, or just want something, like, want to hang out, like, I stream every 3 days. I also realized I'm leaning forward a little too much, so I need to actually move back just a little bit. There we go. So I don't think I'm going to get every chest here because these paths are kind of confusing. But I mean, I don't see any chests in this room. Yep, exactly. Since it's one of many factors, probably the exact factor contributing to the release system starting to develop. Yeah, like I said, like, you're always welcome, and even if you just pop in to say hi, I mean, it's always appreciated. Okay, so let me... Okay, that's where I came from, so there'd be no point in me going back there, so... let me hit this switch and see what it does. Okay, so that's the switch that I need Ica to be on. Now I just gotta get the same thing done for Vice. Okay, so... yeah, I messed something up there. I mean, I see what I need to do. I need to match it to where Vice can actually walk, but it's just a matter. Maybe I have to go back over there somehow. Here, let me see where Vice is when I have this like this. Okay, so this leads me up here. But I don't need to be up there. I need to be down here at this elevation. So I see what I need to do here, it's just a matter of actually doing it. So let me go back to Ica and Fina. Let's see, is there another switch down here? No. Our insurance is pretty good, issue was Doctor's Comfort. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Floofy. But as I said, you're definitely welcome here. I know I can't... like, I'm not a miracle worker or anything like that, but I mean... I can offer that, comforting presence at the very least. Because I can definitely sympathize with, appointments being months away. I'm about to sneeze. How does a spirit like myself sneeze without any nostrils, you ask? Well, I'm not prone to find out. Not COVID, but did get COVID in the middle of it. Oof. Okay, so there has to be something on Ica's side that I'm missing here, because Vice doesn't, as far as I could tell, doesn't have any switches that he can use. So maybe if I go down here? See if that does anything for Vice. Well, it leads me back... leads me down here. Oh, this might actually be what I have to do. Because if I go back over here, and then I use the same thing that I did last time... Well, let me check and see first, going up here. Okay, well that leads me up there. I wonder if there's a treasure chest. No, it's just a... I'm grateful that I haven't run into any random battles, though. Something I really want to do at some point is I do want to be able to like host VR chat meetups or something, because I think it would be really cool to kind of have like that physical presence more so I can act like, because you only see like the upper half of me through the streams, and it'd just be really cool to just kind of like hang out at a level kind of like that. Probably not anytime soon, but it's something that I do want to potentially do in the future. And I definitely want to make the Discord server a lot more active. I'm still kind of in the process of working on that at the moment. But, I do have stuff planned for the future. Like, right now, I'm focusing on upgrading my equipment. I'm going to be getting a new camera, so hopefully that will help with the detection of my facial features and stuff. And of course, I'm getting more clothes for my models, so there's going to be more variety. Because I think, like, what will be really cool about that is, like, depending on the mood. Because right now, like, depending on if I'm feeling more feminine or masculine, I have the option to change between the two with my model's clothing options. But with more clothing for the model, I think it'll be like if it's a festive mood or if it's a season or like it makes it feel more real. I think in the sense that I have a more extensive wardrobe. Okay, so I think this might be... Because they wouldn't just randomly put a save point here, so I'm guessing that this is... But yeah, as I said, Floofy, like, I hope you're doing alright, and I'll say it again, like, you're always welcome here. Really, everybody in the chat, like, I appreciate every single one of you, so just remember, you're always welcome here. I mean, I'm not a miracle worker, but I try to be that comforting presence where I can. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely, like, the precursor to something bigger, because, again, they wouldn't just put a save point here for no reason. Yep, cutscene time.
Wow.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I know I can't really do too much, but hopefully, like, just taking a little bit to just hang out and just be in a place where you can talk about really anything with me, just while I play some relaxing nostalgic games. Like, I hope it brings at least a little bit of comfort. Wait, so they're looking at the same thing. So that means they're in the same room. Oh, here we go. They're going to be reunited. I mean, if fate, like, controlled their actions, like, that meeting was, like, this is one of the best things yet. You just wait till Gilder says, like, oh, well, I've seen these girls before. Well, with any treasure, there's going to be a trap. I mean, if we're going to be going back to talk about tropes, I mean, we're going into the Indiana Jones level of tropes with ancient guardians that are guarding the treasure. Okay, so let's see what color. So one of them is red and one of them is purple. So let me kind of see. Let me look at my moonstone chart. So purple and then red. So using purple against the red and then red against purple, that makes sense. So what are they called? Sinestra and Destra? Okay. So I'm not too familiar, like, because based on their moonstone colors, they're going to use a certain element, so that one's probably going to be fire, that one's going to be ice, so I think I'm going to focus on fire first. So let me switch to purple for him. I'll just, like, go straight out with the Cutlass Fury. Actually, no, I need to use Sacrum, so I can't use that right now. Purple, and then let's see what happens from there.
Give me strength.
Yeah.
Over there.
So there's clearly some elemental factor to this, but I don't really remember. Like, I remember the boss battle, but I don't remember what these guys do. I don't know if they have any combination attacks, so it's really just a matter of okay. So I'll use a Glyph of Might on Gilder because I really, really, really want to use Gunslinger. Because when I see that ability, even if it does absolutely nothing, I just love it because as a kid it was just so great. So I'm gonna attack again for this next turn, and then of course I'll use Gunslinger for my next attack. Oh, hey Blaze, good to see ya. Great for you to pop in. You definitely came at a good time because again the beginning of the stream was kind of slow at first, but we're kind of getting into a point in the game where things are speeding up a little bit. Like, it's getting into more action-y bits, so it's definitely a lot better now, because I was kind of running around like a marketplace earlier trying to find out what to do, and now we're at a bit where things are getting more action-y. Oof. Okay, what's this gonna do? Oh, I guess it's a combination attack. That's probably gonna take out Fina. Holy shit!
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so... well, so I'll use this box on Fina. Let's see, do I have any Sacrum boxes? No. I will... Actually, no, I'll use my Sacrolim Crystal on her. I'll have Gilder use Gunslinger, because if I take out one, then they can't use that combination attack again.
Here goes.
And then since Gilder still has Increm on, he's gonna have double damage, so... Alright, let's get ready for Gunslinger. Come on, let's go. Come on. Gunslinger. Or Explode, which is probably gonna take out Gilder, and then I'm gonna be denied Gunslinger. Okay, he's still good. Come on. Come on, Gilder, get out your ability. Here we go, yep! Gunslinger time!
Come on. Dance for me.
Oh, he's so cool! Oh, Gilder. Oh, he's so cool. Oh, I don't even care that he's gonna get taken out in this next attack. I got Gunslinger out, and that's all that matters. Okay, so I'm gonna have to use another Rhizelm box on Vice, and then Sacrum with Ica. Okay, and then Rhizome, Crystal, and Vice. And then I'll just have Gilder. Let's see. I think it'll be okay with Sacrum, so I'll just attack this round.
Moons, give me strength! Let's try this.
Because if I can take out one of them, then they can only use their respective attacks. They can't do any combination moves on me. Okay, so one more attack should do... Okay. So, I'm gonna see if I can get cut... Well, actually, no, I could just attack, and then I can just use Gunslinger again. Because if I'm thinking that Gunslinger will come out immediately, but we'll see. Okay, here we go! Come on, Gilder.
Come on. Dance for me.
There we go. Now we just got one left. But I gotta switch my Moonstone color because I'm gonna do pretty much nothing to it if I keep using purple. Yeah, see, 4. Okay, back to red. Let's see, does Gilder still have Okay, he still has Increm, so I'll just use Gunslinger on him again. And then just some standard attacks for everyone else. I think I'm going to keep Fina with Silver just so she gets the experience from this. And then back to Gunslinger! Oh, I love this attack so much. Maybe this is why I loved Devil May Cry so much. Because I actually knew who Gilder was before I knew who Vincent Valentine and Dante were. So maybe this is why, like, when I played Devil May Cry later on in life... Oh, that didn't actually do anything at all, really. Oh, it's because I forgot to change his Moonstone color. So, that was on me. I was too focused on the cool factor of his ability that I completely forgot to change my Moonstone color. Which is okay, because he can only do Tundra Blast and a couple other things now. So, I'll just do some standard attacks from now, do Sacrum again. I'll have her heal herself, and then I'll just have Gilder use a standard attack for now. Let's see, what is his color? There we go. I think ideally at some point I'd like Fina to be my mage and my healer. It's just right now Aika's kind of taken that role because of just her having the most experience in green magic. But at some point I'd like to switch that role over to Fina because she has more magic droplets at her disposal.
Let's try this.
Okay. Alright, Gilder, don't disappoint me.
Come on. Dance for me.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about! Okay, so it should just be one more turn and I should be taking him out. But I might use Sacrum again, just to be safe. Unless Fina takes him out here. Okay, no. Actually, you know what? I'll just use Cutlass Fury, because if I just bombard him with attacks, it should be just fine. Yeah, see? I didn't even have to use Cutlass Fury. Ica took him out.
I'm glad everyone is okay.
And then I've also got that Moonberry that I got from earlier, so that's 1 out of 4 that I need for Pirate's Wrath, so... let me actually look at Skilder's moves, because it gives you a description of some of the later ones. Okay, I guess I need to have enough for it. Because I know that his second ability is useful, but his third ability is kind of just like a generic, oh, this does this amount of damage. Because, like I said, your 4th party member usually just has 3 special abilities, so, like, you don't use a lot of Moonberries for them, but some of their abilities are very situational. And I really, now that I think about it, I probably should have invested in Pirate's Wrath over Hand of Fate for Drachma, because Drachma kind of went down with his ship, so now we've got Gilder. But Gilder is arguably cooler, so...
Wow.
Is this like an IOU? Brave souls that come seeking my treasure, do not be discouraged. You already have the most valuable treasure in the world. I swear if it says something along the lines of, it's the friends we made along the way. Oh, have mercy. Let's see. Trust and cooperation is... Oh... We went through all of that for some advice like that you could find in a newspaper clipping. I mean, I get it, but still, it's like you had 2 guardians that nearly took out our team, all these traps and intricate things, and then all we get out of it is some advice that we could literally find in a newspaper column somewhere. In reference to a VTuber I watch in her Discord, I posted a meme saying self-care is putting your face on a very soft cat with an art of a fluffy cat with someone with their face in the cat. Aww. But quite literally, this whole shtick was, it's the friends you made along the way. Like, you've got to be kidding me. That wasn't until I quickly scrambled to go crop off the bottom of it that said, posted it. Oh. Yeah, I've had instances similar to that, like when I try to like send a GIF on Discord, so GIF, whatever. But when I try to send one on Discord, sometimes it doesn't play the whole thing before you click on it. So sometimes it'll have like a completely extra part of it that I don't intend to actually put in there. So it'll be something wholesome, and then it'll switch to something like absolutely awful, or it's like a a certain scene from a show, and then it shows a spoiler directly after, so it's a little complicated. Oh, here's Ramirez again. Okay, so now that I think about it, Skies of Arcadia must have had a really big influence on my liking of Devil May Cry, because we've got like super silent, super fast swordsman in Ramirez with white hair, and then we have Gilder, who is a gunslinger with a red coat on. So I think that's maybe why I got into Devil May Cry so easily. I want to give them some more gifts that display shallower and flashier. Yes. Yeah, like, I mean, for the most part, it's okay. Like, on Discord, it's pretty good about that, but sometimes, like, a GIF you intend to send turns out to be something much worse. Because I think they get them all from, like, Tenor or whatever the website's called. So, like, anybody can upload a GIF to that website. Oh, look, it's the Valuan armada that was supposedly supposed to be stopped by the Nazar fleet. I wonder if we could have warned them beforehand. Not. So now we're going to head back to Nazarad in the midst of a Valuan armada attack. But, okay, so I think it's just directly south from here. Yeah. So it'll be actually pretty much directly south. But I am going to heal everybody first. Yeah, it's because right now, because Fina has the most magic points at 21, and Aika has, I think, the second most at 13. So once Fina, I get her to learn Ryzel, I'm going to switch her to green magic. Because at the moment, I'm primarily probably just going to rely on crystals and item boxes in order to heal. So if I can get some Sacrum boxes, I might use that to supplement her magic abilities. But right now, I'm kind of focusing like on Red Moon-based magic for Vice, green for Aika, silver for Fina, and then a fourth party member is kind of like ambiguous. Like, it doesn't really matter which one I'm using. Because as has been shown, like, you just never know how long they're going to be in your party. Previews can sometimes be slow, and once they fully load in, are just absolutely mad fast. Yeah, or like they look super choppy, and then once they load, they're like 60 frames per second. I wonder, can I actually land on Crescent Isle, or does it like not let me? Huh, it actually does let me land on it. Interesting. I mean, there's no point in me coming back here. But, I mean, I think that's neat that it lets me land there. But I am definitely going to save again, just to be safe. Because now, we're a full party again. Okay, so, gotta go directly south again. Luckily, I'm a pretty close member of that particular community. Yeah, like, see, for me, like, I think, not necessarily gifts, but whenever I make, like, a spelling mistake, because I tend to make a lot of spelling mistakes on my phone when I'm typing. So, like, if I'm trying to say something, like, super serious, and then I, like, make a typo or something, like, I get really embarrassed from that.
Over there.
Take that.
Dude, you were literally at point-blank range and you missed. You know what? Just because of that, I'm gonna gunslinger it. My phone is buggy due to losing connection. To have all the vibration haptics off where the phone becomes unusable. Yeah, for me it's just
I wish they were all that easy.
I think it's just because of my fingers. Like, I guess my fingers are just too big, or maybe I just the orientation and the calibration of my phone is just off. Yeah, and I think autocorrect, like, I like it sometimes, but autocorrect 9 times out of 10 is just a hazard. It's like, there has never been an instance where, like, I am trying to say "what the duck." Like, unless I'm talking to somebody, and making a joke about autocorrect, I'm not going to use the phrase "what the duck." I actually went into my phone settings to change, like, anytime it says the word duck, it changes it to fuck.
Here goes.
Autocorrect doesn't censor me. Oh, no, you're fine, Sarah. I'm still going to stream for another hour, so you're good. I got past all the slow bits, and now we're going to get into some really, really cool parts. So, you came at a really good moment, I think. I don't remember exactly what's going to happen next, but... Oh, look at those cute fucks. Actually, I'll just use Gunslinger. Because anytime I can use this ability without any, like, repercussion, I will. At least for now, because it's just... I love it so much. Like, there's some animations that I just can't skip.
Dance for me.
Like, I just want to see him, Alucard, Vincent Valentine, and Dante just in the same room. Like, that would just be so fun. And they'd probably argue about who has the best looking jacket. See, I'm just curious what kind of started that trope, because, like, the badass with the gun with the red trench coat is just, like, you see that trope in a lot of anime and video games, in Japan. Because, of course, you got, like, Dante, Alucard, technically anime, but Dante and Gilder, and I'm sure there's probably countless others that I'm missing. I love that emote, Blaze. So, Ramirez should supposedly be nearby, so where's his armada? Like, technically, it should be, like, right over there. He must be, like, hiding within the rift, but let's go ahead and land at Nazarad. I find it weird how anime portrays guns when guns in Japan is a thing so rare. Not to say they haven't stepped out of that culture, but it's an odd concept to think of. Yeah, that's true. Because, like, I mean, you've got so many, like, anime guys with trench coats, and they have at least a handgun. Like, I mean, the only one I can think of, like, in recent time that's sort of new is, like, Joker from Persona. Perfect timing, Ramirez. Are you gonna shoot at more lifeboats? I mean, that didn't work for you last time. I mean, why do we care that the Royal Palace got hit? The guy that was the Naz Sultan was kind of an asshole. And Nazar pays for its arrogance. Absolutely. It's like, they definitely overestimated their abilities here. Because look, there's a bunch of merchant vessels flying around. But then again, Ramirez is not above committing war crimes, because he did shoot at lifeboats. Okay, so... I know that this is a really serious scene, but I just want to point something out here to everyone in chat. I want you to look in the top right corner on the top of the stairs there. There's a second Vice on screen for some reason. I don't know why. But I can... Like, there's very obviously a second version of Vice standing there. What is going on? I'm guessing that maybe it's like when I walked that way, like it saved my position or something, but I've never noticed that before. Maybe it's just a one-time thing, but anyway. I think I might be able to explain. Yeah, by all means, Cranberry. I'd actually be really curious. Here comes Ramirez. Probably, this character is probably the reason why I really liked Dante and Virgil in Devil May Cry, just because, again, Gilder with the red jacket and the guns, and then Ramirez with the white hair and then the sword. Oh, great. Back to Valua. A common programming tactic for events is to have the character model saved in a spot that's intended to not be viewed by the player. The model gets moved to a proper spot when it's needed. This may be simply an oversight where the asset was accidentally left in view of the player. Yeah, it could also be, since I'm also running this with a much higher resolution texture pack, and because I've upscaled this to 1080p, it could have been concealed by the fuzziness of the graphics, so you wouldn't have necessarily seen it before. Plus, I've also stretched it to a 16:9 aspect ratio, so you're probably seeing a lot more on screen than you probably should. Okay, so, chat, I am gonna actually do a little thing here. Let me see. I'm gonna save this to slot 10. Okay, so I've showed when I fought Galcian before. I wanted to showcase that, but you can surrender and it'll take you straight to Valua. But if you're not into the whole laying down your weapons game, you can fight him. And it even tells you, like, fight even though you know it's futile. But I just kind of want to show you a little bit of a taste of Ramirez at this point in the game. Just to kind of show you that even at this point where you've fought a bunch of Valuan admirals, a bunch of bosses, you are still nothing in the grand scheme of things. And the reason I save stated that is so I can just go straight back to this dialogue option. I mean, I could do that, but I think that might crash the game. Like, it'll probably soft lock. Because you can do that with Galcian, you can beat him if you take his health down with cheats, but it soft locks the game. Well, I think you can beat Ramirez if you take his health down, but it just ends the battle as if he captured you. So wait, so I think he's silver. Silver. Like, I know it's futile, but I just want to kind of see what his... So really the only thing that's effective against silver is yellow. It's futile, but I don't give up so easily, and I have the power of save states, so... Yeah, I think it's like, it's like, stretched to a point where it's just... He's just completely unbeatable. Like, the game does not intend for you to beat him in any stretch of the imagination right here. But I just kind of wanted to showcase, like, fighting Ramirez at this point. Actually, no, I will attack. I'll have Ica heal Vice. And then I'll have him use Gunslinger because, you know, fuck Ramirez. Yeah, like, tell me what you find, Dio, because I'm actually really curious. Alright, Ramirez.
Come on.
Feel the power of Gunslinger.
Dance for me.
You brought a sword to a gunfight. Alright, Blaze, good. Well, have a good one. Thanks for coming into the stream. Well, I got a sliver of his health. Well, I think that's just... Oof. Like, I'm not gonna let this drag on, I just want to see how long I can survive. Because what this teaches you is, like, of course you've got to, like, pick the right dialogue options to be, like, brave, but also, like, you have to be reasonable. It's like, Ramirez is a whole different animal from Alfonso and DeLoco. Because, like with Galcian, it shows you that regardless of how strong you are, in the grand scheme of things, you are nothing compared to Ramirez at this point. I'll just keep doing this until he uses an AoE attack. Plus, any opportunity I get to hear this boss theme is one I'll take.
Come on. Dance for me.
I just want to see, like, how much I can do to him. Oh, here we go!
There's light. There's darkness.
This is what's going to take me out.
Sword of a dark moon.
Yep, see? He instant killed everybody with that attack. A lot of people think he's flagged to be invincible in this counter when he's actually not. He has 999 or 9,999,998 HP. Galcian, of course, the same. You'd have to do around 100,000 damage just to make his HP bar move a little. On his HP 2,000-ish, and nerfs his attacks, so it'll take a year and a day to kill him. After winning, he gives you nothing, and the story still goes as if you lost. Yeah, so this is what would play if you lost the battle. It would do the same cutscene regardless. But since, obviously, I want to do the right option here, I'm going to go back to my save state, back to this decision. So, the game intends for you, of course, to surrender, because there's absolutely nothing you can do to Ramirez at this point. Because, I mean, he has the power to... He literally raised Nazarad and burned it to the ground. And he walked through flames as if they're nothing. So it's... The game... If you battle him, it just proves to you that it's futile to fight him. So, like... Now, we're gonna go back to Valua for the second time. Yeah, and it's like, I remember that my brother tried, well, of course he's going to take the moon crystals, because of course he's not going to let us keep those. It's like, oh, we'll take all of your other stuff and put you in a prison cell, but you hold on to those crystals for us. No, that's... we just practically handed them to him. Of course, the cool dude just closes his eyes and shakes his head while his hair blows in the wind. Yeah, like I said, like, that's probably why I started liking Dante and Virgil, and Devil May Cry in general, is just because, I was exposed to Gilder and then Ramirez first as a child. So that's probably why I got into those characters much easier, because I unintentionally had known, well, I had known about the other characters before, so I'd been exposed to kind of the trope. Okay, so we're gonna do another execution, and that really didn't work out for you last time. Well, at least somebody in Blue is sensible. See, he's got the right idea, like get rid of this Empress and just like make him the Emperor, because like he knows what he's talking about. I mean, if they really wanted to take Nazarad, they could have just destroyed the Royal Palace and called it a day, because I don't think anyone was going to complain if the Naz Sultan was taken out. Because he kind of wasn't any better than the Empress in that regard. Sure, he wasn't, like, causing unnecessary bloodshed, but at the same time, he didn't really care about the plights of his people. She's fine, it's just, man, the fancy lipstick and blue eyeshadow, they're royalty, not clowns. Yeah, and then you just look at Enrique, and he's, like, completely fine. Like, he's not wearing any, like, super, like, over-the-top makeup or anything. It's amazing how many Empires Star Wars inspired. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, a lot of the aesthetic that Valua... Like, Valua is based off a lot of the aesthetic of the Spanish Empire, especially the clothing. Because some of the admirals, especially Alfonso, are wearing, like, those shoulder pauldron things. And, of course, they've got... the naming conventions are also similar, like Ramirez, Alfonso, so on. Oh, God. So... We're about to get introduced to Vigoro. Vigoro. I'll just call him Vigoro. But this is the character I mentioned earlier that is played by Charles Martinet. So I want you to think of Charles Martinet when you notice that he has a fucking lock on his dick. I think it's supposed to be a chastity belt or something, but oh my god. I did not need to see that today. I guess so, but yeah, like, just remember that this is Charles Martinet, Mario, Parthenax, Wario, and any other manner of characters that he's portrayed. It is my greatest displeasure, chat, to introduce you to Admiral of whatever fleet or armada, Vigoro. But I don't know if he's creepier than that Ixotakan High Priest dude, or, well, I mean... The priest dude was pretty straightforward, but he also didn't have a lock and key on his crotch, so... okay. I knew he was too relaxed for this situation. We will begin bombarding the quarters at midnight and will await your arrival just outside the Claudia. This isn't the first time he's had to break out of prison. I mean, Deus Ex Machina, but, I mean, how else are we going to get out of this prison cell? I mean, technically, if we really wanted to, we might be able to overpower the guards. I mean, they took away our weapons. They didn't take away our magic. Because, I mean, if we're in a universe where we can just conjure up, like, fire and electricity just by saying it, I don't think these guards are really going to do much. To my darling Gilder, I will fight for your freedom as well. For you, my love, Clara. Sorry, I'm just distracted by that there spelling. Huh. Yeah, I think we have to go rescue Ica from... There isn't even a pillow. Well, I suppose these beds are meant for prisoners, so there's no reason for the beds to be comfortable. Well, I mean, full circle. I mean, we went to Valua, we broke out of Valua, and now we're back in Valua. Is there anything down there? No, it's just a sewer system? Or are these Royal Guard dudes? Or because earlier in the game we fought these guys and they were a boss battle. Okay, they're just named officers this time around. But since we're in Valua, they're probably all going to be yellow moonstones, so let me see what on my chart here, what the abilities are weak to. So, primarily blue and silver, according to this chart, is effective against yellow. Well, yeah, blue and silver. So, let's go with blue. So I'm really curious how far I'm going to be able to get. I know that this dungeon isn't particularly long, but I'm hoping to at least get to a certain point where it's kind of like a cliffhanger, where it's like, oh, well, we'll have to wait till next time. To where it kind of leaves everybody, leaves you chat on your the edge of your seat, just wondering what's going to happen next. Because, of course, since I do stream every 3 days, it'll be on the next stream will be a different game, and then after that, of course, I'll be playing Skies of Arcadia again.
I wish they were all that easy.
Probably next month, I'm going to try to see if I can stream more days. Because if I can stream at least like 3 times, like maybe even every 2 days, that would be like my ideal situation. Because I'd like to stream at least more than just like twice a week. Next time, Vice surprises everyone by revealing he's a Valuan spy and he helps take over the world. Yeah, like, I'd like to stream definitely more often. So if I can maybe do like every 2 days, or like, instead of doing it every 3, because that would be like, what, 3 streams a week? I think that'd be pretty good. And then, of course, like, I, of course, notify everybody in the Discord server and so on, like, if I'm taking a break, because I think what I need to do at the current moment is I need to probably tomorrow go work on my work schedule, and then once I get that figured out, I'll be able to kind of figure out where I'm going to stream from then, because some days I may have to stream in the morning, sometimes I may have to stream at night, because of just how my work schedule is with the going in at 4 in the morning for one job, and then sometimes I go in at 2 o'clock for the other one, so... So, since this just brought me straight to the prisoner block, I'm assuming that this is where Aika and Fina are. Or at the very least, Aika.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, because at some point I really do want to beat Bomberman Hero as well. And then I do want to try to get Crimson Skies to work as well. Because, I mean, it would kind of be, like, fitting that I'd play Crimson Skies along with Skies of Arcadia, because one of them is Air Pirates this game, the other one's Sky Pirates. Playing, like... I mean, that'll probably all lead to me, like, playing Sea of Thieves or something. I probably won't, but, I mean, it's like, I've played a lot of, like, games that involve, like, treasure hunting and pirates and whatnot. Oh, he's got the key around his neck. Vigoro, also known as Johnny Bravo. Because look at that hairdo. I can't unsee that. I can't unsee that padlock on his crotch. It's like I can't take this scene seriously, knowing that he has a fucking padlock on his dick and the key is around his neck. So now we get to face another admiral. So he's unarmed, but let me see, what is his color? It is red, so let me switch to purple. I always have Aika used Alpha Stormburst solely, so she tells him to back off. Well, because in honor of that, Cranberry, I'm gonna do that, so... But I need to switch to purple, because since he's red. Oh wait, I gotta switch to purple.
Back off! Alpha Star!
Especially because he's standing uncomfortably close, too. Okay, let's see. Hey! Alright, so I think I'm gonna do the same thing that I've been doing, is that I'll just kind of power up Gilder. Heal Vice up a little bit. And I'll just attack with Gilder normally for now. Because at this point in time, it's usually my fourth party member is my tank. Because until I unlock Pirate's Wrath, it's probably better for me to do this strategy. Because Vice is powerful, but I think it's probably best that I kind of work with that so far. It probably took Charles Martinet like all of 5 minutes to record all of Vigoro's lines. Because there really isn't much dialogue in this game that's voiced, so it probably took him maybe a 5-minute session. You know what? What the heck? I'll use a Cutlass Fury.
Hey, baby.
So what he just did basically confused Aika. So when that happens, she'll attack us. I haven't really had too many enemies that have been able to do that so far, but essentially what happens is whenever she's under that status effect, she will attack us instead of him. And he can only, as far as I'm aware, do that on female enemies, or female party members, which I guess makes sense, but I don't know if he can do it on Fina, though.
Moons, give me strength!
I mean, I'm not really too concerned with Vigoro, as a boss right now, because I don't think he really has any crazy special moves, because we're just kind of beating him up in a prison cell. So I'm not really too worried about him at this moment.
Hey, baby.
Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to rely on Vice and Gilder. Though if I get lucky, I might just take him out with this attack.
Dance for me.
How could this be?
Is it over already?
Okay, so it wasn't really too much to worry about, but again, he came in completely unarmed. But ugh, cannon room key. Man, Vigoro, you need to maybe reevaluate your wooing techniques or whatever you would call them. I hate that his chastity belt looks like an electrical outlet and a padlock at the same time. Plug and play. Well, you're not wrong, Dio. Okay. I also need to probably use some magic droplets on Ica, so she can get back up to full. Imagine if Vice just stabbed him to death right now. Well, I mean, that would save us the trouble. Or at the very least, you know... I don't know, like... I just can't look at that belt anymore. It's like... I mean, I've definitely noticed it before when I've played this. Or watched my brother play it, rather, but I never, like... took this much notice to it. Like, I just assumed, like, oh, he's got a padlock on his dick, but now, like, as an adult, I know what that actually is. I mean, for, like, a massive pervert like Vigoro, like, you'd think that he wouldn't, have one of those. I mean, honestly, when you assault a lady like that, especially one of your close friend, like, especially in prison, you really can consider it. A beating sometimes is enough to ward him off. That said, it's a kid's game, sorta. Yeah, I think Skies of Arcadia is rated T for teen, so, like, it's not... Like, it's gonna have some of the more, like, inappropriate concepts, but it's not gonna be, like, crazy. So if we waited like if we waited like 5 minutes, we'd get an audience with the prince. I like Enrique. Like, he seems like a really solid dude. Like, I mean, he definitely has a good heart. Like, he can definitely, like, he's not afraid to point out, like, all of the atrocities that Valua is doing. Because, I mean, even in, like, empires like this, you're gonna have some sensible people around. Like, it's not just gonna be, like, everybody's gonna be just a murderous asshole. Like, there's gonna be some people that are sensible, they're just making the best of a situation that they unfortunately can't get out of. Like, in Enrique's case, he's the Prince of Valua, but there's really not much he can do as far as, like, authority right now, because he's not the Emperor, and the only way he'd be able to get into power is if his mother just happened to have a little bit of an accident. A Jonathan Joestar amongst those in Ogre Street. Absolutely! Like, that's a really good comparison. Like, Enrique, his heart, he has a noble heart. Like, in a lot of, like, in all the royalty we've seen, like, his heart's in the right place. Yeah, where were you, Gilder? Ride the bullet, or whatever that is. Pull a Gmod. Yeah, so we're gonna go through this barrel, but what if they just... Considering the Claudia is about to attack, what if they just randomly decide, oh, we're gonna use this one gun as we're running out the barrel? You better... Yeah, we better hurry. But yeah, it's cool because we can see Valua from a different perspective. Like, this is what it looks like on the Grand Fortress. And a lot of these like walkways and stuff you can see in the overworld. So if you come by the Grand Fortress at any time, you can see at least some of these walkways, which I found really interesting. Just like I said, there's just always these low poly versions of areas that you've been to. Oh, I have Pyrulin, so the only thing left that I could probably get is I think it's Incremus or something. I don't remember what it's called, but it basically does this power-up, but does it for your entire party. So I think I don't really need that at the moment. But there really isn't anything that I'm really, like, keen on teaching Vice right now, so I might just keep him... Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna stay on purple for now, but I mean, I think I'm just gonna stay until he learns that ability and then switch. Because since we're facing Valuan soldiers, they're primarily gonna be of the Yellow Moon. Shock troopers. And I said it before and I'll say it again, I love the designs of the Valuan soldiers, but the armor is probably really uncomfortable to wear because the best comparison I could give is like Dark Helmet from the movie Spaceballs, where the helmet is just way too big, because I feel like that thing would clatter around too much and you just wouldn't be able to maneuver very well.
Fun.
So I think I might go a little bit over time here. I still have like 3 hours 42 minutes, so I may go a little bit over time just because I do want to get to a certain point. I don't think it'll take me that long, but if it does, then that'll be a good cliffhanger. But there is a certain part of this that I do want to get to before I end the stream, if it's possible. Like, I'm not gonna stream like an awful lot longer after my 4-hour mark, but we'll see. Oh, hey, it's those magic dudes from the Colosseum. I forgot what that does. Well, it missed anyway. But still, I think it's really cool that Valua has dedicated mages in their army. Because it's like, when you think about it, it's like if somebody like asks you what you did when you were in the Valuan military, it's like, oh, well, what'd you do? It's like, oh, well, I was a mage. Just because I'm trying to save as much time as I can, I'll go ahead and skip some of these animations.
I wish they were all that easy.
Okay. So I came out of that cannon. And I'm gonna kind of see over here if there's a way, or if there's the key that I need for that door is over here, or if I have to go to another elevation.
Moons, give me strength.
Okay, that didn't really do anything, but then again, I probably should have used purple magic. Because, like, in the heat of the moment, I forget a lot of what, like, the damage types are, because according to my chart, purple is effective against yellow. So, like, if I'm gonna use any form of magic, I need to primarily use purple-based magic. And since I haven't really been training that, I really just have, like, the 1 or 2 abilities. Okay, so let me see what I've got, so... Well, I mean, if I'm gonna use, like, an AoE ability anyway... well... I'll just go ahead and take out their Mage Warden. And then I'll have Gilder focus for this round.
Moons, give me strength.
Oh, that didn't really do anything either, so... Maybe I should just stick to what I know and just use regular attacks. Because since these are just random battles, like... I don't really have to, like, put too much thought into them. Or put too much thought into them. So I'm just gonna... kind of just attack and just take them out, like, little by little. These guys are giving me more trouble than I'd like to admit. So, I'm just gonna use a special move on this Mage Warden, call it a day, and then heal. I was expecting that to do a lot more damage with how epic that attack animation was. Okay, so, yeah, let's just call it a day with this Mage Warden. And he survived. Okay, you know, get him. Okay, so heal, see what's back here.
I wish they
That
were
should
all
over
that
functionality
easy.
with these kinds of attacks. Yeah. Plus, not to mention, the Valuans are primarily of the Yellow Moon magic, so when they use something other than what their specialty is, I would imagine that their damage output isn't as great if they're using a separate kind of magic. So here's what I'll do. I will go 30 minutes overtime. Like I said, it's 3:47, so I will go 30 minutes overtime to see how far I get, and if I don't make it to that point that I want to do, then that'll be a cliffhanger for next time. Because I mentioned that, like, getting onto a cliffhanger is pretty good because it gets people excited for the next stream. But, like, I also don't want to go, like, too far over time just because, like, I don't want to make a habit out of it. Because I do want to kind of keep it somewhat consistent, but, like, if I stream a little bit more than I intend to, that's okay. But it's like, it's just really hard to put this game down because it's just so fun to play. Like, I get really invested into the world, the characters, the music, everything. Especially since this is my first time playing it through as an adult and playing through understanding the storyline of it. It's just really hard to put it down.
We won! We won!
Like, like, this'll, like, be a badge of honor for myself once I finish it and I get to put it in my, completed games list. Because I've been streaming... This is one of the, like, probably... After, like, the third week I started streaming, this was what I started, like, as a consistent game. Because, like, I started off with, I think, Halo... No, it was Left 4 Dead 2 was my very first stream, and I did a little bit of Halo. Then I moved on to Star Fox Adventures, and then, along with Star Fox Adventures, I started playing this. So... I mean, this has kind of been that one consistent thing that I've been playing since I started, more or less.
Take that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really happy that you're here, Cranberry. Because, like, sharing all of these games that are not only nostalgic for everyone else, but are just special to me is what I really enjoy about this. These, so these destroyer things kind of remind me of the pit droids from the Phantom Menace, like those little, the ones from the pod racing sequence. Like, they've got the same head shape. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I want Gunslinger. Yeah, especially in, like, the creatures and the enemy design, I can see a lot of inspiration. Because, like, these definitely look like the pit droids from Phantom Menace, and Skies of Arcadia on the Dreamcast came out in the year 2000. So that was a year after the Phantom Menace came out, so it's very likely that there was some inspiration there.
Come on.
Dance for me.
Oh yeah, for sure. And not only that, we're a team of... we're a small team that's been technically, quote-unquote, captured in the Grand Fortress, and we're escaping another massive empire. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of parallels there. Yep, exactly.
I wish they were all that
Yeah, we're
easy.
definitely getting a lot of Star Wars-esque references in these last few streams, because in Bomberman Hero we had Princess Millian, or whatever her name was, and she was in that prison cell doing the exact same pose that Princess Leia did in A New Hope. So, I'll use Ica to heal. Actually, no, I'll just use... I keep forgetting that I have Sacris crystals. Which, they're individual, but, I mean, it's better than using Sacrum when I don't have to. Gilder's basically Han Solo. Yeah, and he's all, like, him and Han Solo, like, they're just the cool guy with the gun, like Han is your, like, Gilder's kind of like your scoundrel, like, badass with a gun, just like Han is. Plus, I mean, with, like, the airships and all that other stuff, too, like... I just love this attack so much.
Dance for me.
Especially when you use it on, like, super important bosses like Ramirez or Vigoro, like, it just... I just love it.
That was easy.
Okay, so based on what I've seen, I'm gonna have to use this elevator to get a key somewhere. Because there really wasn't anything on the Grand Fortress down there. That was really just me walking back and forth with no incentive. So maybe that key is something that I have to do later. Like, maybe that's the escape. Oh, there's the Claudia! Okay, so those really big cannons on the Grand Fortress are cool, but they're stationary. They can only aim in the one direction, so they're not the best, because they can't move? Yeah, well, I guess, you know, stationary guns are a thing, but it's just like, I guess they're going for quantity over quality. Let me guess, like, Galcian's gonna be here? Oh, no. It's just a random grunt using the big cannon. Oh! Oh, he planted an explosive or he sabotaged it. Wow, good thinking there, Gilder. So, can't see Clara, but there's some nice lightning off in the distance there. So yeah, I think I just kind of walked around for no reason there, because there really wasn't anything back there. It was just random stuff. Oh great, Mage Wardens again. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of a lot of that attack is for show because it didn't really do much. So I think I'm gonna skip Gunslinger this time around and go for Rain of Swords, because Gunslinger, while it is an AoE, it's very directional, whereas Rain of Swords hits everything by default. Okay, so just a matter of attacking. Can my attack be Rain of Kittens? Absolutely.
That was easy.
Instead of raining cats and dogs, it's just Rain of Kittens. Yeah, see, that's kind of why, like I said, I would probably be a mage in this situation, because there's a lot of creativity with magic, because since it's just like it's such a, like an interesting concept in games and just in general, is that, there'd be a lot of creativity that you could do with it. So, like, say, for example, you have a magic ability that lets you use, like, energy or something to create something. So you could literally create, like, an attack that, I don't know, like... I'm thinking of, like, the Green Lantern in that aspect, because the Green Lantern's ring can create, like, anything he can think of. So, something like that, where, like, you just use, like, your mind to create an attack. Because when people ask the icebreaker question of, like, oh, what superpower would you want? And I would always say, transformation or, like, shape-shifting, because if you can shape-shift, then you wouldn't be limited by certain abilities. So, like, you don't have to get flying powers, because you can just shape-shift to something that can fly. Or alternatively, you could shape-shift into something that has the ability to do some of these superpowers. I'd use the Green Lantern Ring to create a Lantern Ring that is creating a Lantern Ring. Let's see if the universe can handle this paradox. It'd be like one giant Mobius strip, but Green Lantern rings. More powerful than Darkseid, and if we're separating comic book universes and go to Marvel, then it's more powerful than the Infinity Gauntlet. The Green Lantern Ring paradox. If I was an RPG class, I'd probably be the balance class. It's a little bit of everything, master of none. Yeah, like, I think I'd probably be like a mage that also was like did some swordsmanship, but it wasn't like my primary thing. So a little bit of balance, but primarily magic, just for healing and also offensive magic too. Like, more of a support class than anything else. Like, I mean, I could, like, if it was another RPG, then I could play, like, really any role, but I'd particularly lean more towards something support-based. Yeah, a little bit of a jack of all trades. Oh, here's Ramirez again. Oh yeah, especially whenever we battled in Gary's mod. Because, like, in real life, I can do the swordsmanship thing, but at the same time, like, if I'm talking, like, purely, like, RPG-based stuff, I'm definitely more of a support class. But I can do tank if I need to. Yeah, I gotta say, Ramirez looks a lot more menacing in this texture pack, because he was menacing in the original resolution and graphics, but because I can see more detail on his face, he looks just a lot more menacing. This is the GameCube version. So, Skies of Arcadia Legends, technically. Because I think, like, I'm sure that I could probably, like, play the Dreamcast version, but, from what I've seen, there's more, like, graphical support for the GameCube version. And from what I understand, the only major difference between the two is that the soundtrack and, like, some of the audio quality is, it's very, the quality has been degraded a little bit because of the compression. Because instead of fitting it on 2 discs like in the original Dreamcast edition, from my understanding, they just put it on 1, and the only way they can do that is by compressing the audio of the game. It doesn't really bother me too much. But still. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm actually more than happy to talk about it. It's just, like, I actually have never actually seen the Dreamcast version, emulated in any way. I mean, I'm sure it probably is, but I've just never personally seen it.
Here goes!
I'm curious, now that you mention it, Cranberry, did you play the Dreamcast version, or did you play the GameCube version? Because my first exposure to it was technically the Dreamcast version, watching my aunt play it. But once it was ported over to the GameCube, we started renting the GameCube version and eventually bought a copy of it. Okay, GameCube. Oh, I missed the GameCube. Sure, the GameCube didn't sell well, but there were so many good games on it. Skies of Arcadia, Wind Waker, Smash Bros. Melee, Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Kart Double Dash. PSO, Phantasy Star Online. Oh! Wasn't that the one that had the online capability? Because I know that the GameCube had an Ethernet port on the bottom, but I never actually had any games to use that with. Oh, that's really cool! Like, I mean, I knew about Phantasy Star Online, but I didn't know, like, I've never actually met anyone before that's played the, that actually got to play it online. I do remember that, there was, I think, like, for doing homebrew GameCube or something, I watched a video on it a while back on Did You Know Gaming about how, Phantasy Star Online was used to, like, create homebrew stuff on the GameCube because of some sort of, like, server exploit or something. But that's really the extent that I know of the game. At one time I was pretty famous on the GameCube PSO servers. Was it a pretty fun game? Like, I've heard good things about Phantasy Star Online, but it's just one of those games that I never got the chance to play.
Oh!
It has a turbulent history. The game is fun, but the community eventually turned on itself. Yeah, I can understand that. One of the games that, like, the first online game that I ever played was a game called Medal of Honor Allied Assault that came out in 2002. And for a while there, through a service called GameSpy, there was a really healthy online community for a number of years, but once GameSpy shut down in 2013, I believe, there was no longer any means of just loading up the game and finding a server. You had to get a patch to play it. And sadly, while the game is still playable nowadays, you can go on and play with other people on servers. The problem is a lot of those servers are run by clans, and it's like when you go into those servers and you play with these people and you do better than the clan members, they'll ban you because you're quote-unquote ruining their fun, or they think you're hacking because you're doing well. And like anytime and there's also a major problem with hacking and modding in that community because of the fact the game is no longer moderated by Electronic Arts or GameSpy, so there's really nothing to be done. So sadly, I probably won't get the opportunity to play that game again as I want to. Exploits were found where you could corrupt people's save data, really corrupt. People took over the private servers. The game more or less eventually collapsed. The community pretty much destroyed itself. Yeah, that's essentially what happened to Medal of Honor Allied Assault, is all of its clan run now. So the only way that I'd be able to play it with other people is if I created my own server and had people join it and have it like password protected, because otherwise there's just no means of playing it without potentially like dealing with hackers or Trojans and a bunch of other stuff, because there are editions of the game that have a patch where the server browser is fixed, but in the past when I've tried to use those, there have been like Trojans and like spyware included with those downloads from the websites. So like while there are great communities that are trying to keep that game alive, it's just that either they're unaware or they intentionally put spyware on people's computers, or it could be false positives. But I mean, just speaking from experience, last time I tried, there was a lot of issues with viruses and malware. Make something good enough and one rotten apple, one rot the whole core. We've seen that with many communities, small or big. These days I'm into Dragon Quest, and even then they're starting to see really corrupt people take over and spread a lot of harm. Yeah. It's just really unfortunate. But I mean, I think it's good that in your case with Phantasy Star Online, in my case with Medal of Honor, like, I'm glad that I got to experience it at all. Like, at a time where the game was still at a point where there wasn't a lot of hackers, it was stable, there was a lot of variety in servers. Because eventually people got really controlling with those servers. So, like, for example, you'd have to play by certain rule sets or they wouldn't let you play at all, so
Here goes.
it'd be like, oh, rifles only, or this game mode only, so you didn't really have a lot of variety to play, and that's another problem with the clan servers, is that
That was fun.
you have to play by the game mode that they want, or the weapons that they want, or they'll kick you and ban you. Which is like... Medal of Honor has been a really dormant franchise for a number of years, and I think if they honestly went back and remastered or re-released Allied Assault with a server patch, or like re-released it with new ways of running servers, like, a lot of people would really enjoy it, but the problem is it's a sort of niche, so people wouldn't really... there wouldn't really be too much of an incentive for EA to do that. Yeah, and speaking of that, Dragon Quest is another series that I've been looking at, especially because of the Akira Toriyama involvement. Okay, so there's that door over here that I wasn't able to go through. On X Group, made a fake account and pretended to be a victim of my group, saying struggles to the English player base away from us even after Persona, because they made the whole story of the victim's fake account. Yeah. It's... people are just awful nowadays. Which is why I tend to be in more controlled environments, like playing PVM or single player. Like, I'll play PvP sometimes, but usually really only Halo or something that's a more in a controlled environment, like that has decent moderation. Because like I used to play like Killing Floor and stuff, but playing with like random people on Killing Floor was a task on its own, because the problem with like vote kicking, for example, like vote kicking is a blessing and a curse, because you can vote kick like troublesome people, but the problem is that if you get into a game where there's like a couple friends or like a group of people and then they just want you to play a specific way, they'll vote kick you because you're not a certain level, or you're not using a certain weapon, and it just becomes unfair. Like, Valve games are infamous for that. Like, that's why I don't really play Versus Mode on Left 4 Dead 2 unless it's with friends, because the Versus Mode community in that game is really toxic.
That was easy.
Okay, so I think... oh, no. I think the spotlight is what causes the random battles here. So maybe if I, like, just go completely at the bottom, maybe I'll be able to avoid the spotlight. But regardless of all that stuff that's happened there, Cranberry, I hope that it doesn't ruin your fun, like, in general with Dragon Quest. Because I know that it's a really good game, but, like, I hope that you still are able to find enjoyment in it. In our case, a bunch of YouTubers wanted to make money off the game, so these stories and stuff were made up for the purpose of building their video views. As original books have been for 8 years, were targeted because at the time we were only establishing this community. A few people on the inside told me the tactic was attack us to bring the views over to them. Yeah, and that's a shame. That's why I left YouTube, primarily, because I was just tired, like... I mean, I still watch YouTube stuff, and, like, occasionally, like, if I'm editing something, like, I'll... But for the most part, like, I just don't do YouTube stuff anymore, save for, like, I upload my VODs to YouTube, but for the most part, like, I don't do, like, YouTube content. Like, I've moved over to Twitch, primarily, because, here, I'm just happier. Because, over on YouTube, there's just a lot of toxic culture of, like, whether it be, like, the prank channels, or, like, going onto games and griefing people, it's just not fun. I really love the game. I'm frustrated we get targeted because instead of loving Dragon Quest, these people just want to make money and saw us an obstacle. To this day, we still suffer the effects of it, and to this day, rumors are still spread about us. Yeah, and that's just a damn shame. It's like, on one hand, like, if a YouTuber is doing it in a positive manner where they're bringing an audience to a game, like, say, for example, me, where I'm playing Skies of Arcadia on Twitch, and I'm introducing this game to people who have maybe never seen it before. Like, that's a positive interaction. Because, like, people who bring a new audience to the game in a positive manner where they get to, like, genuinely explore the game and have fun with it, see, that's good. But it's just, the problem is that people are so focused on monetization money that they forget that there are real people at the end of the day behind these screens. And they just don't seem to care. Yeah, and, again, for those of you in chat, you're all safe here. Like, this, like, I mean, clearly I'm gonna, like, sometimes I'll rage at games, but, I mean, but otherwise, like, all of you are definitely safe to kind of express yourselves and talk to me, and just, you know, I make sure that my realm is a very positive place to be where everyone can be themselves, because that's something that was robbed of me for such a long time, where I wasn't able to be myself, and a lot of the YouTube stuff I did was really businessy, and it just wasn't fun anymore. So on Twitch, I can actually express myself and be myself, and that's something that I really value and something that I've really needed for a long time. Every now and then I get people that tell me they secretly checked us out, found out we were nothing like they were, told and want to join up with us and just have fun, but those people still keep there. Yeah, like, I mean,
Come on.
in a way, like, eventually it seems like it's working out, where most of that stuff is in the past, but and similarly speaking, Cranberry, that's kind of why, like, all of my other projects that I've done over the years, such as YouTube stuff and so on, like, I'm trying to kind of bury that past. Like, I don't want to be associated with that on my Twitch. Like, I just want that to be a completely separate thing that's like, yeah, I did that for a while, I had fun with it, but, you know, this is what I want to do, this is who I want to be, and I don't want to be connected with that because of the expectations that I can't fulfill in that other community that I created. And I just, yeah. Yeah, I think Dio said it best. Like, in more words than I could come up with, that's definitely, yeah.
Here goes.
And as far as MMOs, like, for example, are concerned, like, I play, like, the only MMO that I ever got into was RuneScape. Dragon Quest is why my Twitter is Japanese. The YouTubers targeted the English community. The Japanese community has taken a lot of interest in me. Most of the following me are Japanese, and that's a big part of my hiking. The Japanese want to learn more about me and my home. Yeah, so there's definitely a positive that you got out of that. Like, you were introduced to a whole new community in that regard. So, from a negative, you created a positive. And that's kind of how I'm at. Like, there was a lot of negativity from my past in terms of, like, content that I used to do. And then I turned the skills that I learned from that, and I'm applying them here on Twitch. Because, like, technically, when I think about it, I've been doing, like, commentary-based stuff and videos and so on for about 10 years now. I started out when I was, I think, a junior in high school, maybe. Yeah, no, I was a senior. Because, I'm a 2014 graduate, so, I started in 2013, late 2013 is when I started doing stuff like that. So, more or less 10 years. I have D&D. I have D&D in a moment, so I'm going to get going. Thank you for being a podcast for me today. I love listening in. Totally not an Imperial Walker. Exactly. Yeah, no problem, Sarah. I'm always happy to, like, be that entertaining presence. Because, like I said, even if you're not, like, actively tuning in and you're just kind of just here and I'm in the background, like, that's still good enough for me. As long as you're having a good time, I'm having a good time. It's the Dralcor tank. Actually, no, I need to use Encrim on Gilder. Wait, is he yellow? No, he's red. So, what is on my chart here? So, purple is what I need to use against him, which I'm already on purple, so we're golden. So I'm going to just go with random attacks for now and then kind of build up my spirit points and do other stuff.
Over there.
Oh, I forgot to change Fina to purple.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, according to my chart, purple is the most effective against red. My interactions with the Japanese actually start a very different way. Yeah, well, I'd like to hear. I actually don't think I've ever met anybody who lives in Japan. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's probably people who have maybe seen some of my stuff in the past that are from Japan, but, and of course I am a practicing martial artist. I practice Kendo and Kenjutsu. But I've never actually met anybody who lives in Japan currently. One of the classes in Dragon Quest is called Sorry for my pronunciation. Cute, almost teddy bear-like race is one of the main cities of the game. There was a white-colored one that would sit on the staircase every morning. I thought he was cute, so I'd sit next to him as I got ready for work. I mean, the Valuans really did bring out the big guns in this situation. So, I think I'm just going to keep going on the offensive with attacks. Because, I mean, really, I'm guessing that the only thing that he can do to me is that big gun.
Here goes.
So I think just, like, taking his health down as much as I can and kind of, like, healing whenever necessary when he takes out one of my party members. His friends would come and talk to him, and they started to notice I was often there and started to make efforts to communicate with me.
Dance for me.
They figured out I was a foreigner and they started making efforts to talk to me, eventually bringing someone that could speak English to talk to me. Oh, that's awesome!
Over there.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, there's actually a guy in the tank. Well, I guess it makes sense, because you need a tank operator. I'm actually gonna have Ica use Sacrum. Yeah, we'll just use Tax now. See, that's really cool, Cranberry. It's like, you just never know. Like, when you're just hanging out in the game or, like, doing something online, you just never know what kind of friendships you'll form. Basically, being accepted into their pack, and to this day, we still frequently gather in different locations now, but gather nonetheless. And plus, that interaction, the positive interactions that you had there led to, of course, the hiking and stuff, which is really awesome to hear. And they even send Christmas gifts in real life to each other every year. I'm sending your chocolates Easter bunnies this year. Oh, that's awesome! See, that's really cool to hear. Like, anytime I hear, like, stories of friendship like that, it just makes my heart warm, so thank you for sharing that. See, it's kind of interesting where, like, MMOs and stuff like that can really build, like, really, like, lifelong friendships and just really close ones. Like, for example, one of my friends who is not in the stream right now, but one of my closest friends, Joey, I met him back in 2006, because we were at an after-school program and I was playing RuneScape on a computer. He noticed that I was playing it, and that started a conversation, and 16 years later, we are still playing RuneScape together and still hanging out fairly regularly. This is probably going to take somebody out. Every November, I bake cranberry walnut bread and send it to them, May May and her family. They look forward to it every year. Yeah, Japan is one of those places that I'd really like to visit one day. I don't think I'd like to live there, but just visiting would be cool. Because Japan, like, just has so much beauty to it. Like, Tokyo itself is just an incredible city.
Give me strength.
And there's I believe it's in, I think it's in Kyoto. Let me see if I got that right here. Yeah, Kyoto. There's a, like a samurai quote-unquote experience that you can do where there's a dojo that will teach you, like, proper etiquette for, like, samurai-based stuff, and there's also a school there that probably doesn't accept foreigners, but there's a school there that teaches something Ryu. It's Miyamoto Musashi, one of the greatest swordsmen of Japan's style. A style that I'd really love to learn, but really there's only very few schools you can learn it from, and Japan has a direct lineage to Miyamoto Musashi. Cranberries are really rare in Japan, like cranberry juice is really rare and expensive. Wow! It's actually kind of interesting. Is it maybe just because, like, they don't grow it, like cranberries and stuff over there? 666 damage device, is he cursed? Well, I mean, I won the battle, so maybe it was a blessing and a curse. Well, if they didn't know we were here before, they sure do now. This could be a trap. No, I mean, we don't really have many other options here, so let's just hop on. Oh, and who could it be? None other than the Prince of Valua himself, Enrique. Heyo. Well, he's not the prince, but he's a prince. I mean, we need to get a guitar and some really, like, flashy suit for him to be Prince, but yes, he's the Prince of Valua. He's the Prince of all Saiyans. So, Enrique is Vegeta in disguise. But, and speaking of that, like, why is Vegeta still the Prince of all Saiyans? I mean, considering the entire royal line of the Saiyans has been killed, you'd think that he would just automatically, by default, be the king. I mean, sure, there's no, like, ceremony or anything that made him the king of Saiyans, but I mean, who's gonna dispute his title at that point, because there's literally like 3 of them left. The Delphinus, the newest member of the Armada. This is my personal flagship. It is heavily armored and can still match the top speed of our cruisers, and is equipped with the weaponry of a heavy battleship. This ship is the prototype. Soon we'll begin building a whole fleet of Delphinus-class ships. Valua plans to use these ships to take over the world. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I mean, who's going to dispute Vegeta claiming that he's the King of Saiyans? I mean, anybody that tries to dispute it, Vegeta could probably... Well, maybe Frieza, but, like... You know, Frieza's a whole nother animal, but, like, any random person's not going to dispute him saying that he's the king. Yeah, I am curious why Enrique just decided to help. I know he's got a good heart, but... Like... What kind of inspired him to do this? More dialogue that I didn't understand as a child. I want you to take the ship, and I want you to take me with it. Blue has been taking over other countries by force, destroying their lands and murdering the innocent. As a prince of the Valuan Empire, all the innocent blood spilled by the Armada is on my hands. I've done all I can to convince the Empress and Galcian that's what Valua is doing is wrong, but I cannot convince them to change their ways. Everything I've tried has failed. I am powerless to stop them. My only chance for redemption is to aid you. Please take me with you. I'll even go with you as a hostage. Sorry, but you can't expect us to trust you. I mean, he has nothing to lose at this point, considering he literally brought us to the bridge of his ship. We could literally just beat him up and take the ship. But I mean, he willingly brought us here, and he's got a good heart, so of course we're going to let him come with us. Yeah, plus we don't take hostages. Yeah, so there's your plot, well, technically a plot twist, where the Prince of Valua comes with us as a member of our crew. And he also gives us his flagship. See, like, not everybody in Valua in the Empire is terrible. Well, of course she stole the crystals, and well, then again, nobody's really going to question if the prince has them. Because it's like, oh, I'm just bringing these to my mother. Quite an upgrade over the Little Jack, for sure. Like, we went from a fishing vessel that was modified for ship-to-ship combat to an actual battleship. Like, I was... So, throughout the streams of Skies of Arcadia, I tried to not say, like, what would happen after the Little Jack. I would kind of hint that we would get a new ship, but I didn't want to spoil the fact that we were getting a literal battleship over the Little Jack. I was so excited to see the Delphinus, because... Just look at this beauty. Like, the Little Jack is a tiny little fishing vessel, and now we've got probably the strongest ship in the entire Arcadian world. I'll take an R-Wing any day. Yeah, I'd probably do an R-Wing too, but... Because, of course, the Delphinus is limited to just, terrestrial, or not terrestrial, but like, in atmosphere combat, but still, like, imagine if they gave you a hot air balloon. So basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to finish this bit here, and then once we get into the overworld, that's when I'm going to end the stream. Man, she looks so beautiful in the HD texture pack. Heck yeah! Oh, I'm so excited to use the Delphinus, you have no idea! Spice, just to let you know, the Delphinus is equipped with the newest, most powerful weapon. It's called the Moonstone Cannon. Until recently, it was only an experimental weapon under development by the Loco. So for those who were on the last stream when I fought the Chameleon, or maybe the stream before that, with the Chameleon and him having the Moonstone Cannon, this is the new and improved version. So I can't use it immediately, clearly, but... So, I think for, well, I might just guard and focus and guard, because there's really no point in me using any, like, offensive attacks if I'm just going to straight up use the Moonstone Cannon. But here it is, chat. This is our new flagship, the Delphinus. I can't wait for you all to see the Moonstone Cannon. I've been waiting so long to get to this point, and I'm just so happy that I'm finally here. Like, it's definitely worth that extra time that I put into the stream to do this. Okay, they're probably gonna hit me one more time. And then... Oh boy, here we go! It's probably gonna do one evasive action, and then the Moonstone Cannon. I'm so excited! My very first Moonstone Cannon that I got to do by myself because I'm not mooching off my brother's file this time around. Come on, baby, let's do it. Oh, goody!
Moonstone Cannon, fire!
Yes! Quite an upgrade over the Harpoon Cannon, don't you think? We have a literal laser beam at the end of our ship now. Oh, I'm so excited. Make that twice that we've escaped from the Grand Fortress. Totally not the Death Star laser. Oh, I would imagine like a massive moonstone cannon, like that would be devastating. And as far as I'm aware, that hole in the Grand Fortress stays there throughout the remainder of the game. Oh, I bet Ramirez is pissed. Like, the music cue just, like, I can feel the anger. But sorry, Ramirez, we've got places to be and things to do. Well, Clara got Gilder in the end. Out of one prison into the next. Yeah, Gilder. No, of course it's gonna be Vice. I mean, he's piloted the Albatross, that lifeboat, that small little vessel from Nazar, the Little Jack's lifeboat, Gilder's lifeboat, and then now I'm probably missing one or two, but I mean, Vice is one of the more experienced ones here. I don't know if I'm up for it. No, we're totally up for it. I mean, we literally just got a battleship. I want Ika as the captain, yeah. I mean, technically, we could sort of live that, because we can pick the flag later on, and we can pick Ika's flag, or... When I was a kid, me and my brother would pick Fina's flag, just because, like, we felt bad. And we thought it was really cute, but... I don't know what flag I'm going to pick this time around. Oh. Well, speaking of the devil... Okay, let me see if it'll... Okay, then let me talk to you. I don't know where it's coming from, but I keep hearing this strange noise up here. I looked around, but couldn't find where it was coming from. Maybe you'll have better luck. Oh, and when you're done, I need to talk to you. Okay, so... I just want to save the game! It's okay, though. I know exactly where I need to go. You can also change it anytime. Oh, cool. I thought it was just like, I could only do it once, but that's good to know. And who could it be? Marco. Yeah, I'm genuinely wondering how Marco found his way here. Marco has joined your crew as a sailor. Okay, so let's talk to Gilder. I'm just looking around the ship for something I need to talk to you about. Pretty much seen everything I wanted to, because I can come back and look at the other parts of the ship later. It's just I want to get to the overworld so I can save the game. I'm leaving. I'm going to head back and meet up with the Claudia. Figured this is probably my only chance to escape from Clara. I don't think I'm ready to settle down just yet. Fair enough.
Hey.
I mean, we got some good mileage out of Gilder. I'm just, like, I'm glad that I didn't give him any more than just Gunslinger, because I made the mistake with Drachma giving him all of my Moonberries for Stand of Fate, and then Drachma kind of went the way of the dodo. So, for chat, this is something for those who aren't aware. So, the little Jack was pretty simplistic. Oh, welcome back, Dio. I'm actually just about to get back into the overworld and save the game and end the stream. But, so the little Jack, it was basically just, you know, use it to fight, and that's really it, and travel. But the Delphinus, this crew system that he's talking about, is that you can get crew members who can do certain special abilities in the heat of battle. So the Delphinus is a lot more detailed, because since it's a much bigger ship, you're going to obviously need crew to, like, the mess hall and engineering and things like that. I mean, you're not going to run a battleship or an aircraft carrier or anything of that nature with just a skeleton crew. You're going to need people who are manning each and every little thing. So this is the point where we can go start recruiting people to join us for our cause, and they'll be doing special things for our ship and a lot of other things. But still, I mean, I'd rather keep Gilder for a little bit longer, but I understand why, because Gilder's kind of being phased out for Enrique right now. Also, it's a shame the only time we kind of see Vice grow up is in Valkyria Chronicles. I wanted to see a fully developed Vice, how powerful and composed he'd be. Yeah, like, because I think Gilder's, like, maybe in his early 30s, maybe mid-30s. I know he's not, like, he's not too terribly older than I am. But, like, I'd like to see Vice about Gilder's age, where he's kind of, like, had that experience. He's been out and sailed. And kind of, I want to see, like, kind of like the peppy hair of the team, in a way. Like, been there, done a lot of crazy stuff, but wants to kind of be the mentor figure. Because, I mean, by the end of this game, he's pretty much a legend, so maybe seeing, like, later on down the line, just seeing what... Because I'm guaranteeing there's probably a lot more stories to be told in this world. Of course, I'm not going to spoil any of the other events in the game, but I'm sure there's a lot that could still be told here. You could honestly get hatless adult Link and reskin him. Yeah.
See it.
I like how his eyes went from, like, super low res to super detailed. So you can see, like, where the texture pack creator, like, there were some things that he did that they didn't up res, but that's okay. Well, you better start running, Clara. Okay, now we're going to be at the helm of the ship and into the overworld where I can save. Because this is kind of the turning point of the game. Once you get the Delphinus, it's pretty much... Because over time we've kind of had different ships that we've been using, but they've all been temporary, like the Albatross and the Little Jack and so on. So this is really the turning point where things start to get really interesting. I mean, not that anything before this hasn't been interesting, but like with the Delphinus, it's just a whole new realm has opened up, and we're able to... The world is more open than it's ever been. Yeah, but this is the Delphinus. She's a gorgeous ship. But, of course, this is where I'm going to save, because this will be your cliffhanger. Alright, so... Played a little bit longer than I intended to, but of course I wanted to get to this point, so it's kind of a cliffhanger, but... I know the stream started off a little slow. There were some times where I was kind of not talking too much, but I think we ended it on a good note. Usually that's how it goes. I have a slow start, and then I kind of get really into it later on. But still, I mean, we went from Crescent Isle, we found Dakot's treasure with his bullshit advice, which, I mean, good advice, but I wanted treasure. But... We escaped from the Grand Fortress, we got a new ship, and we're golden. So, thanks to everyone who came by today, like Cranberry, Pirate Fox Atlas, and everybody, and Dio, and Sarah, just everyone in chat. I really appreciate all of you coming down and spending time with me in my realm today. Next stream, I might continue Bomberman Hero. Either I'll continue that, or if I can get Crimson Skies to work, I'll try that. It'll just depend on how things look in the next few days, but after that I will be continuing this again. Thanks everyone who came to my realm tonight, and I will be seeing you next time.